All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr Mayor, councillors, members of the IMSB, Member Taupiri and Renata, nice to see you along, staff and members of the public, not least of which we have a number here to present to us today. My name is John Watson, I'm the chair of this committee, and Chris Fletcher is my deputy. So item number one is apologies, and we do have a few apologies today, so we'll just go through the process of recognising them. So we have IMSB member James Brown for absence, Councillor Andy Baker who's on council business. We have a number of councillors who have sent in apologies for lateness, Councillor Lotu Fully, Al Filipina, Sharon Stewart and Morris Williamson, and we also have an apology for Councillor Lee for early departure. So I will move, and Councillor Lee is for lateness. I will move that the apologies. Sorry. Yeah, we'll get to that one. Yeah, that has to be a separate motion. So I'll move that the apologies be accepted. Do I have a second? Second by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour, say aye. Against? No. The motion is carried. And then we do have a separate motion to accept the attendance of Councillor Julie Ferry by electronic means. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Fletcher. Second, Councillor Leone. All those in favour, say aye. Against? No. Carried. Item 2. Is any declarations of interest? Don't expect any, thank you. Item 3, confirmation of minutes. There are no minutes to confirm. Similarly, item 4, petitions. We have received no petitions. So we move to item 5, public input, and we have received 2 requests to speak today, both of which have been accepted. The first one is Suzanne Kendrick from Bike Grey Lynn to speak in support of the Inner West Street improvement projects, and that relates to agenda item 9 on the agenda, which is to do the Auckland Transport Q1 performance report. And Suzanne, just so you know, and I'm sure you do, is that people get 5 minutes, and we'll give you a little ding on the bell after 4 minutes to let you know that it's about a minute. And then with a bit of luck, we'll have a couple of questions after that. So welcome, Suzanne, and over to you.
Right, Tūnuku Chair Watson, and kia ora kia koutou to the councillors and IMSB members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this new committee on the Inner West Street upgrade project. I'm Suzanne Kendrick, presenting on behalf of Bike Grey Lynn, one of Auckland's 34 established bike burbs. Bike Grey Lynn represents local residents who use these streets daily. We request that you press on with these vital projects for Aucklanders now and for future generations. Eventually, cities reach a point where it's not possible to drive everywhere. It is slow, petrol is expensive, and there's no parking. The fastest, cheapest, quickest and smartest way to travel is to use other modes of transport besides a car. Inner West Auckland is at that place already. For those of you who don't use our main arterial routes, Miola Road is often congested with all the way back and along Point Chev Road, as people are now using it as a rat run to the city. Miola Road is chaotic and impassable when the football is on at Western Springs. And let's not forget that Miola Road is sinking and prone to flooding when we have very big rain events that hit Auckland now. Point Chev Road and Great North Road are life-threatening for cyclists who have to play tag with the buses, the car transporters and delivery vans that use this major transport corridor. Now, some of you are new, and this has been a long project, so a quick background. So there are 3 routes on the map, and this is what we're talking about. And this project was funded in 2015 from John Key's Urban Cycleways Fund, and these routes cover 7 kilometres. Delivery was originally scheduled for mid-2018, and the current promise date, if we start on time, is 2024. Next point is community consultation. So over the many years, Auckland Transport has undertaken 3 rounds of community consultation involving many, many hours of volunteer time and effort. The feedback has consistently been in support of all 3 projects. For the Grey Lynn and Westmere improvements in the 2018 consultation, 2/3 of submissions supported the project. And then this year, AT came back to the community in anticipation of construction for this project. The feedback report notes the dominant response to an open-ended question was variations of "please get on with it." Okay, now there's been a lot of talk of this just being cycleways, but I really want to stress this is more than cycleways. That is not correct. This project offers improvements and a large range of important benefits. One is long due repairs to fundamental infrastructure, particularly on Meola Road, and then better travel options in an already very congested and busy part of town. And it's not just for the city locals. This is a thoroughfare from anyone who's coming in from the west, from Avondale, New Lynn, Titirangi. Many, many people use this way as a way to get into the city. Apparently and I don't see any numbers of course, but 20% of the budget is allocated for the cycleways. The rest is for road resurfacing, street furniture, lighting, planting and drainage. And of course, I handbike Grey Lynn, we are keen on separated cycleways because it makes it possible for our kids to cycle and travel independently. And there's other options for people who want to access the zoo, Motat, Ponsonby Rugby Club, Western Spring Stadium when there's an event. And it gives more people options to leave the car at home. Some of you will have been down there when those events are on and it can get pretty crazy. So what is being suggested? We have some slides that, this also shows that there is a number of schools along the routes and there's 4,000 kids in the area get to school along these particular ways. So it's a lot of children would be using it. So there's a whole lot of points on what will be offered. New bus stops, speed tables. Anyway, I've sent you these slides so you can have a good look at what is going to come. But please don't think it's all about cycle lanes because it's really not. So you can see these here. But the key thing is that all of the designs will make it safer and easier for anyone who wants to walk, scooter, travel by a wheelchair or mobility device. And we do have Selwyn Village in our area and we see people whacking around their mobility devices, crossing the road to just catch the bus and also to drive. It will be better for drivers. Next point is finances. We really do appreciate the difficult financial situation that Auckland Council is in and why you are taking a closer look at expenditure. Of all the projects on AT's books, these are there shovel-ready, widely consulted and well-planned and ready to go. And they've attracted significant government co-investment. The government funding is underwriting this work by 50%. This funding has been confirmed. Auckland Council has managed to get money over the last 10 years from the Waka Kotahi Active Modes Fund. And if we delay it, it won't make the projects any more affordable. In fact, we think any further delay or cancellation of these projects will be cutting off the city's nose to spite its face and risk jeopardising confidence in AT and future funding for Auckland. If we don't spend the allocated government funding, it will go to other New Zealand cities who want to progress with these types of improvements. Auckland Transport needs to focus on faster and smarter delivery. We agree with the Mayor on this. And just with me are some of the people that the community response to the project. We know that there's been a big response and that's because there's a big interest and a lot of people believe that, that this needs to go ahead. So let's not waste the work that's already been done. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And I'm sorry I went over time.
and thank you very much, Suzanne. Obviously a lot to get through, but I think you've done a really good job in summarising it there. It's remiss of me not to introduce, I think, is it Fian who's come in support? Yeah. Welcome, Fian. We have time for a couple of quick questions. I think Councillor Greg Sayers, your first cab off the rank there.
Thank you. Just through you, Chair, I had a question around, thank you for the presentation, Suzanne, and bring us up to speed, but you're talking like this project is ready to have the green light pressed on it in 2024, but you might be able to help me. I was under the impression that there might have been some trees felled already and some of them were quite significant. So is that part of this project? In other words, in one way, has it started already? Just to help clarify that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I think it's about 32 trees have already been felled, old trees, because AT must have thought this was going to happen and they're already been cut down.
Yes,
So yes, that's correct.
It's correct. The trees have been felled for preparatory works to get started on this project. And in their place, the plan is to put native trees and rain gardens, which the community really, really are happy about.
Are there any other works that have happened besides the tree felling?
That's a great question for Auckland Transport, not totally across that one, but I can find out for you later if you'd like.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Dalton, final
Thank you.
question.
What a long time you've had to wait, and what an exciting project. Secretly jealous because I'd like it out south. So the delays, tell me, the delays have been more for what in particular? Is it more consultation? Is it deferring from? Is that an Auckland Transport
It's a mystery
question?
to me, but I'm just a mere mortal. Auckland Transport are here, they'll know. But
Okay.
the recent thing is because of you people, there's been an election and now there's a new group of councillors. I would say that's the key current reason. But I don't know the previous ones.
Okay, thank you for that. That seems like there's quite a lot of road renewals in there. It's a good outcome for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just one question. There's been such a long delay, and this has been so widely supported by local boards, by residents, by businesses, by schools, and now AT seem to be blaming or scapegoating the mayor for pausing these projects. I guess what are your feelings, or what is the community feeling that once again they're waiting for another unforeseen time? And the trees have been cut down, as you say, so everyone was celebrating that it had started.
Well, the politics time is over. You're elected now, so let's just get on with it. I don't know who's blaming who, and I don't really care. I just want you to start. And I've actually put out an offer. If any of you want to see it, I'll take you for a drive around and you can have a look. For those of you who don't come to the area very often, and it's really obvious if you live there why we need it. It's not a mystery.
What I'm seeing of the community's response is a lack of faith in Auckland Transport. And I think this will break a lot of trust if it doesn't go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that invitation. Hopefully some of the elected members take you up on that. Could I please have someone to move Councillor Fletcher? We've received the public input from Suzanne and Fian regarding the support of the Inner West Street improvement projects and thank them for attending. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Leone. All those in favour?
If it's a motion, I have a question on the motion. So the motion doesn't direct it to go anywhere, it just receives it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Speaker, with most public input, we are actually directing it to a part of the council for consideration and possible feedback.
yes.
And
Okay.
the motion doesn't do that. So I'm just wondering Chair, if you want to add something to that, that it be the presentation be referred to Auckland Transport for their feedback or something of that like.
Thank you for that, Councillor Darby. There is another public input item along similar lines, which I was going to follow up with exactly that.
Okay, I'll
So
leave
we'll
it
wait to the
with you.
second one. Thank
Yep.
you for bringing that up. Okay. So, thank you, and we'll now call up our second presentation for today. We have Carol Gunn, board member of Western Springs College, and Radha Patel, who is the student-elected board member on Western Springs College, and they are looking to speak in support of the Point Chev to Westmere Street Improvement Project and safety concerns of students. So welcome to the both of you. Similarly with our last presenters, you have 5 minutes and we'll give you a warning bell after 4. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Watson, for allowing us to speak.
Can I just ask what happens with the slides? Whether we have some slides.
Do we have slides going up for this one? Right, I think that's up now. Is that the one you're looking for?
Sure.
Yeah, and we'll start your time from now.
Cool. Thank you for allowing us to speak, and thank you everyone for coming. Like you said, we're here to express our concerns about the health and safety and risks on Meola Road. Do you catch the outer link home from school every day? Have you been harassed by crossing the road and drivers telling you to get out of the way? Well, unfortunately, these two scenarios is something that spring students have to face constantly. We think that we need to provide a safer way to cross Meola Road and think that a crossing is vital to ensure the safety of the community. This is not only a Springs problem, but is also a problem and this road is frequently used by dog walkers, football players and their supporters, students from Pasadena Intermediate School, and students from Point Chev, Ponsonby, Westmere, Herne Bay. All of these students, most of these students use this road to get to and from school. So this issue has been going on for a while. There was an article in 2017 published about it, and in 2019 the TravelWise team at my school made a campaign, and that resulted in many articles being written about that. And also we presented that to the Waitemata local board and got assurance from AT that our suggestions would be included in the 2019 improvements. The timeline said that by March 2020 the plans would be finalised, and in April the construction would start. However, with COVID and budgeting cuts, there was no action on this issue. There should be a graph coming up soon.
Yeah. Right. That's just some of the media, isn't it? So
Yeah, those are some of the articles.
the next
The
slide.
graph shows that 36% of students walk, 23% bus and 5% bike. So altogether,
You do the next
that is, it's better visualized on the next slide, which is a pie chart of that data. So as you can see, walking and busing, that is over half of, that percentage is over half. And then if you include biking in that, that's 64%. And the study was also conducted in winter, showing that people aren't just driving if there's a little bit of rain or anything. Our roll is also at like 1,800 at the moment, but I'll let Carol speak to that.
Hi, I'd just like to also say that travel-wise data was from July this year, so it's the middle of winter. Oh, it's the middle of winter and it's very recent. Before, the school is very familiar with the land subsidence issues faced by Meola Road because the school is built on the same land, and because of that had to spend a large amount of money redeveloping and rebuilding to provide a stable base for the school. Before we rebuilt, the roll was at about 1,600 students. Now it's pretty close to 1,800, and we have some debates with the ministry about how fast that was growing, but we're in the process actually of master planning for 3,300 students. So we're looking at doubling the roll from what it was in the next 5 to 10 years. And we have pushed very, very hard with pressure from our lovely students and staff to resist having the allocated car parking on our site. So we've got minimal, because we really want to push students and staff into other modes of transport, because we recognise that if we don't do that, we're going to have an uncontrollable amount of congestion. So back to you, Rada.
Cool. So what we're asking for is that Auckland Council, Auckland Transport and the Waitemata Local Board commit to proceeding with the improvement plans for Meola Road and prioritise this implementation of the Meola Road project. We also ask that we install a temporary pedestrian crossing on Meola Road immediately to provide a safe way for students and our community to cross the road. We acknowledge that there has been barriers hindering the development of this project. However, we can't wait for a tragedy to happen before we start valuing and prioritising the lives of students and our community. TravelWise presented this petition in 2019, as I said before. The 3 people who presented are now all at uni, 2 in their 3rd year and then 1 in his 2nd. So, and I was year 9 when we started this, started the petition. And I would like to know that the future generations of students who cross that road and our community can cross it safely before I graduate at the end of next year. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Carol and Rata, for a very professional presentation and very good use of the statistics that you've produced there. Do we have some questions? Yes, we do. We have one from Councillor Julie Ferry, who's online. Julie, can you hear us?
Kia ora, yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi.
Great, thank you, and thank you for approving my electronic attendance today. I want to just quickly acknowledge Carol and Rada, particularly Rada. This is quite an intimidating environment to walk into, so well done for doing that, and you spoke really well, so thank you. My recollection is that there was an accident where a pedestrian was struck near where this was going to happen. Is that correct? A crossing attendant? That may have been Point Sheep Primary.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Are you seeing some?
So what I really wanted to ask about was the impact it has on the school environment. What it's like sort of starting your day with a bit of a challenge even to get to school. How does that sort of feel, and how would this project help with that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think at Western Springs College, a lot of students travel sustainably because we all live locally. So I think that's a big reason why a lot of people do use that that road to get to school. The TravelWise team in 2019, when we were starting this petition, we went out to see what it was like after school and before school, and we did notice a lot of people just running across the road, especially as it got closer to school, not because they were irresponsible, but just because they needed to get to their bus or get to their school on time. And I think when you think about the fact that a lot of a lot of football kids who use that Western Springs football stadium, or people walking their dogs, you can't really put the blame on them. It's especially a dog, you can't, you can teach your kid to cross a road, but that's why we think that the crossing would provide a safer way for people and just ensure that safety of that area. And yeah.
Rada, you told me that sometimes you get abused by drivers crossing the road.
Yeah, that does happen. I feel like that happens everywhere, but it would, especially for such a place where a lot of kids, people under 18, use to cross, I think that would just make the place safer altogether. And yeah, it does kind of affect it doesn't affect the school day, but it does kind of give you a shock in the morning or just before you leave, and that's always kind of scary. So yeah, that's why we think a crossing would be a really good way to go.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thanks.
Ferry. Three other questions we have here, and then we'll have to move on. Councillor Dalton, Councillor Hills and Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Rata. That was a really compelling presentation. I wondered if you had any research on the likelihood or the numbers of young people, students, who might ride a bike to school. I know that walking is probably the preferred option, but would there be a pickup on cycling, do you think, if it was a safer way to travel?
I could actually answer some of it. In the TravelWise data slide, that says that there's about 5% of students are crossing, but I'm on the site quite a lot because I've been on the board for quite some time, and I was chair for quite 5 years. So, and I have I'm very involved in the redevelopment, so I've regularly counted the number of bikes at school, and typically there are over 100 bikes at school, and I think that there could be more because actually, the students do actually live locally, and my son, when he's biking to school, I would actually instruct him to ride on the footpath. I know it's not quite legal, but it was safe.
Yeah, and just to add to that quickly, another thing the TravelWise team is looking to do is, so we're as Carol said, we're building another school, so as part of the master plan, and TravelWise really want more bike racks in that, because we do have a few currently towards the left back of our school, except a lot of people we noticed were tying two bikes to one thing just because there are so many keen bikers. So I do think that if it was safer, it may improve the amount of people who do cycle to school. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both. Just for Rada, I guess a lot of young people say to us they feel ignored by Council or Auckland Transport. A lot of you have been involved with this for a long time. I guess what is the message you want Auckland Transport to do, or what you're hearing from the students on these projects? Or what is the message, the frustrations?
I think our message would just be, one, like you said, listen to us and listen to the people who are directly affected by that. So if you're listening to the people, the community who often cross that road, then you'd understand how dangerous Meola Road can actually get. So yeah, just if you go out there and see it for yourself, I think that you'll understand how necessary a crossing would be in that area.
Can I just chip in there for a moment, because I think it might be tempting to think that I've suggested that RADA came along, but actually RADA brought this to our last board meeting and asked what the school board was going to do, and so I have just supported her, and actually the students are feeling ignored, like somehow their views don't matter and aren't taken as seriously as maybe more vocal adults might be.
Yeah, and just like I said in the thing, like prioritise our safely, allow us to have a safe route to go to school, and we will use it and we will travel sustainably.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair, and it's awesome to see you in the chair. So I just want to ask a question. Thank you, Ragnar, for your presentation, and Carol. I know exactly what you mean, because I've taken my dog, Milo, out there to that dog park, and I thought it was a highway. So it's very busy and cars go very fast. And it's good to have your presentation, because it reminds us that we don't have to wait for a tragedy to do something, which, some people think you need, crash data, accidents, deaths to do something. So this is really good that you're here presenting at this time. I wanted to ask, in terms of the pedestrian crossing, where did you get to with the local board? And has there been any pop-up trials or anything done in that particular area before?
I don't think so. So as far as I know, like I said in the presentation, the crossing was meant to start in April 2020, but that didn't happen. And the furthest I got with the petition was the petition site being closed down and then moving to another one, I think like Greenpeace Community, I think it was. So yeah, that's all I know for that right now. But if I find something out, I can let you know.
You got a good response from the local board, but there's just no action has ever happened from it, has it?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley, and for that personal experience. Yeah, sorry, blind spot there. Didn't see two figures to the left. Councillor Fletcher, and finally the Mayor.
Oh, no, I'll defer to the Mayor on this, because my question's been asked by Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. We received a presentation from a Ms. Baldock showing a quite sensible car parking arrangement for the dog people along Meola Road. Have you considered that, and will that be included in the thinking of AT? Well, I cycle along there, so I know the area quite well, and I get along with some of your questions, but that parking thing looked quite sensible to me.
I haven't seen Gail Baldock's design plan, but actually that doesn't really address the issue that the students have of getting to and from school. There is a bus stop directly opposite the entrance to the Motet 2 and the soccer grounds, and that's actually also the route that the kids walk across the 7 fields to get to school, and it's really busy. They have to cross, try to cross the road either to or from school, and dodging it, and you can imagine they're running a bit late, and the cars won't stop. And a class is due to start, and they're going to get a detention if they're late. It can get really stressful. But I don't know that really addresses.
I don't think. I think that they both can exist together. I think they're both suitable improvements, and I'll just ask AT to perhaps consider them both when they do that. I'm sympathetic to what you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Carol, thank you for coming along, and it's been wonderful to hear what you've got to say. We've had a lot of correspondence from people like Stephen Lethbridge as well.
Oh, yes.
How closely is the education community working together on this?
Our current chair, so I stepped down from the chair role in March, and our current chair was until about a month ago also chair on Point Chevalier Primary School. So she obviously knows Stephen very well, and we also have a very active community of learning at Kahuiako. So and so there is good communication between the schools in this area, in the Western Bay area.
That's good. I mean, it's important that there's a reasonably unified view from the community, and you will have seen that later on the agenda today we have Auckland Transport coming before us, so I'm sure it's going to have appropriate scrutiny. But thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Okay, we're right on the 30 minutes for public input, so last questioner, Councillor Leone.
Oh, kia ora. I just want to acknowledge you both again for your presentation. Just coming back to the Waitemata Local Board, I know that Graham Gunthorpe was the transport lead at the time. Did you have any contact with him after that? And also, have you had a chance to find out who the transport lead is now for the Waitemata Local Board?
I do not know that information yet. I was not one of the students who presented. I was in year 9. The people who presented were in year 13 and 12, so I was not involved in that. So I was just told what happened, so I'm not too familiar with that.
Thank you very much, Carol and Rata, for that. So we have a recommendation up before us now that the committee receive the public input from Carol and Rata regarding the Point Chev to Westmere improvement project and safety concerns of students on Miolo Road, and B, request an update from Auckland Transport on the inner West Street improvement projects. And I note in that respect that one of the local boards of the affected area had asked for that but hadn't received that. So we will receive that from Auckland Transport and forward that to you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Fletcher, seconder. Councillor Leone. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you both very much.
You're right. Thank
Thank you for your time.
Okay, first, we've just done public input, so we've received no local board input. There are no extraordinary items, so we move to the first substantive business of the day, which is item 8, the City Rail Link update. I will ask Barry Potter, Director of Infrastructure and Environment Services, to introduce the various presenters today. Before he does that, I just will signal that this presentation is going to be about the project itself. It won't delve into the various financial matters, which I understand an update on that is imminent, hopefully, and Barry will perhaps say a little bit more about that. Certainly in respect of this project, I think the Mayor's been quoted in the press recently about the impressive nature of the project, and that was a consequence of a 4-hour tour that I was fortunate enough to go on as well, and certainly the scale of what's occurring with the City Rail Link, and the size of the stations and the productivity of the workforces was impressive, as the Mayor said. But without any further ado, I'll hand over to Barry and you can make the relevant introductions. Thank you, Barry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for this opportunity. Online we have joining for a presentation that we'll run through Dr. Sean Sweeney, who's the the CE of City Rail Link Limited. We have Christian Meslin, who is at the table from AT and very involved in CRL. He's on the Project Alliance Board. And we have Dave Gordon from KiwiRail, who will also speak to us. So just very brief background where we're at and what's going on with CRL. Just a reminder, look, this would be the largest and arguably most complex infrastructure project undertaken in New Zealand for the last 45 years or so. The project's actually at a fascinating point. It's at a transition point. The civil works are substantially complete. The tunnels are finished. The stations underground are well on their way with construction. In fact, the civils component will finish pretty much around March, April next year. It then moves into the next phase. I've got to say that's really good progress given all the issues that have come along, and Sean will explain some of those. around COVID and so forth. They've made very good progress. As we move to the next phase, which is when the project goes into systems, controls, fit out of stations, testing, commissioning and integration with the wider network, experience on other projects, similar projects overseas has been, this really gets into the tricky stage, and Sean, David and Christiane, I'm sure, will address that. They'll also share the lessons from those overseas projects and explain what the next phases look like. So really at that point, I'll hand over, but just before I do so, as the Chair said, this is about the project from here on. We're not addressing financial or detailed program matters from here. What is happening next Friday is that City Rail Link Limited will be providing a briefing to Mayor and ministers, and then after there'll be a process of bringing it to both Cabinet and to the governing body for consideration of any cost and program implications associated with what's shared next Friday. Need to remind also that under the sponsors agreement, all announcements around the project need to be jointly made by both sponsors, that's Crown and Council. We'll need to keep that in mind because that shapes how that process works after the briefing next week. So really at that point, I'll hand over to Sean. We'll control the slides here, so if you can just ask as we go through our next slide, and we'll make the transition here. Thank you, Sean.
Just checking that you can hear me.
We can.
Well, that's wonderful progress. Apologies to everyone, to councillors. I'm doing this on my iPhone. I'm away in Queenstown, and turns out my computer microphone's not working. So it could be a little bit clunky, but it's good news that I am actually able to talk to you. Right, next slide, please. This is a presentation we gave the Mayor and others 2 weeks ago before the site tour we gave. So we'll cover basically just a bit of background, which will be, I'm sure, familiar to most of you. Project progress, works we've completed. Then we'll talk more about the work that still is ahead of us. Next slide, please. Next slide. Right. Look, apologies for the graphics. This is one I made myself. I use it to explain to people why the City Rail Link came into existence. If you aren't aware, and most of you would be, Britomart Station is a terminating station. The Western, Southern and Eastern line all come together and go into Britomart Station, and at rush hour they come in with full trains and they leave with largely empty trains. And that has become a choke point and a limiting factor on the ability of the network. Things came to a head in about 10 years ago with Precinct Properties foreshadowing their desire to expand Commercial Bay. So there was really a window, an opportunity which would shut once Commercial Bay was built for Britomart to be turned into a through station. And so that's why Auckland Transport at the time progressed with the works, because it gave the ability to double the number of trains you can get into the CBD by making Britomart a through station rather than a terminating station. And when we increased the capacity to 9-car trains, that more than trebled the capacity of the existing rail network. That's really why what's behind City Rail Link. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. So this is really just an aerial shot. You can see it basically forms a wide loop that runs around the wider CBD and enables trains in both directions to run through Britomart, up through the city, 3 new stations, and then out to the southeast, east and west. Another benefit of this project, I believe, is you will actually be able to go around the wider CBD on a train, which will be a real benefit to the future growth of Auckland. And both Sydney and Melbourne have a city loop that you can circumnavigate the CBD on a train, and we'll have the same amenity here, which is great. Next slide, please. So quick overview. It's an extension of the existing Auckland network, 3 new stations, Te Waihoratu, Aotea as it was called during the project, Karanga Ahapi, and Mangawhau, Mount Eden. We used to say Mount Eden was redeveloped, but if you've been on a site tour, there's actually not a pebble that remains from the old Mount Eden station. It's a completely new station that's being built there. 1 redeveloped station, Britomart or Waitemata. There's also work on the wider network at Strand, Aotahuhu, Newmarket, and potentially Henderson. 3.4 kilometre underground tunnels, up to 40 metres underground, and a 100-year asset life. Ultimate capacity is 9 car trains, 24 trains per hour in each direction. Next slide, please. The benefits, it really does unlock the potential of the Auckland rail network. A train at least every 10 minutes in peak, and that changes the patterns of commuters once they know they don't have to look at a timetable. Increases the rail capacity from 14,000 to 54,000 people per hour. This is the equivalent of 16 lanes of traffic into the centre at peak, and doubles the number of people within 30 minutes of New Zealand's biggest employment hub, and greatly eases bus congestion in the CBD. Next slide, please. Okay, big projects run over a long period of time, and because of their size, they tend to touch most parts of the economy. We're not immune from some of the challenges that brings. There was the early transition from taking the project from AT to City Rail Link. That was a little bit bumpy at the time, but we're well through that now, and we have a very good and productive relationship with AT. We had a failed tender for the civils, the tunnels and the stations, with Fletcher's withdrawing. That caused a lot of challenges, having to reconfigure and reconvene that tender process. We then had our rail systems contractor, RCR, go into receivership. Obviously, for the last 2.5 years, we've had COVID impacts, and that brings with it the lockdowns, the closed borders, the resource shortages, supply chain issues, and flowing out of that, we've experienced severe price escalation since 2020. Next slide, please. Just a few observations, things that didn't quite go as well as we hoped. The original project development agreement, which frames up the relationship between the Crown, the Council and City Rail Link Limited, proved to be a very clunky document. That's been redrafted. The original procurement strategies were modelled off Crossrail in London. Their contracting strategy was something that performed very poorly for them. There were too many hard dollar contracts, too many contracts of any form, too many contractual interfaces. We've worked quite hard to consolidate all the contracts into one large alliance, which the Link Alliance is now managing, and that's helped a lot. Looked at Crossrail experiences. They were very clear with us about their contracting strategy weaknesses, the incentives, the lack of assurance on Crossrail, which led to some big surprises at the end of the job. And they made it clear one of their big failures was their transition from civil works to systems. We've taken all those lessons on board. We've had Mark Wilde, the ex-chief executive of Crossrail, visit Auckland for 2 days and spend over half a day in a workshop with City Rail Link and other time with AT and Kiwi Rail people. So I think as a collective client-side group, we're well aware of the problems that befell Crossrail, and we're doing our best to avoid those as well. One thing that we've done quite well is we've used Kiwi Rail to run construction management contracts for us. The Link Alliance is contracted to build the tunnels, the stations, and the rail systems, but they're a very large organisation and they're not set up to do small contracts. We've realised that, so we actually use Kiwi Rail with support from AT to do a range of smaller contracts. One of them we're using them for is on the Britomart station at the moment. We also have strong links into Australia. There are very large metro rail projects happening in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne at the moment. And there is a very full and frank exchange of lessons learned between those projects and ourselves. Next slide, please. So this is just the essential structure which we now have. We have City Rail as a company. We're moving to what we call a one client team. That's CRL, AT and Kiwi Rail. We basically are one entity. We get totally joined at the hip. We share interests. All our interests are in getting the best railway up and running for Auckland. There is a range of external assurance on the project. There is what's called an owner verifier, an independent safety assessor, an independent certifier, and the sponsors, which is the Crown and the Council, have their own separate assurance manager sitting over the top of us as well. And then to the right, we've got the Link Alliance, which has 3 client-side participants: City Rail Link, Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, and then the 6 firms that make up the Link Alliance. That's Vinci Grand Project from France, Saltanche Bashi, which is a subsidiary of Vinci, and Downer, and then the 3 design firms, WSP, ACOM, and Tonkin and Taylor. Next slide, please. The status, as Barry touched on, we are the civils are on track, essentially, and due to be complete early next year. We are moving from station and tunnel fit out into the rail systems fit out. The project is still hitting its key, if you remove the time for the hard lockdowns, its key project milestones such as TBM completion. However, in doing that and basically getting through the 2 years of COVID disruption, because as well as the hard lockdowns, we had the Auckland regional lockdown, we've had levels 2 and 3 and 3+. They all have had impacts on the job. And what we've experienced is we've now have had significant program compression, which means we have multiple critical paths or subcritical paths on the project. And that means that from here on in, if there's a delay on any of those paths, it has a high potential to delay the project overall. So our risk of delay, whilst we've managed to keep hitting our deadlines, the risk of delay has got a lot larger from here on in. The rail systems project is progressing, but there have been significant delays to date with the design of it. Next slide, please. As was mentioned, there is a briefing next Friday for the sponsors, where we will give an update on final forecast cost, completion date, and the impact that has on the current project funding. Next slide, please. So the work to be completed from here, very large fit-out project, really turning the tunnels and the station structures into a railway, mechanical, fire, electrical and hydraulic fit-out, rail systems fit-out, architectural and station fit-out, and then we've got the energisation of the lines. There's a lot of testing in this project still ahead of us. All of that testing carries complexity and risk. There's site acceptance testing, rail systems integration testing, train running testing, and operational readiness testing. The rail systems, we are extending Kiwi Rail's existing network using AT's existing trains, and we have the Auckland One Rail operator embedded in the project as well, currently helping develop operational procedures. The technology, the City Rail Link will be run from a centralised station management control centre. We've got Honeywell integrated control systems, building management software, security and access software, emergency management systems, and a range of emergency measures inside the tunnels, CCTVs and the like. The rail systems are configured As for KiwiRail and the IT systems are configured for AT's transport systems. And all the systems, the aim is to have them tested in a lab before we install them on site. Where the operational integration, we're using existing rolling stock along with more of the same rolling stock, I think, purchased this year. We're basically extending the existing railway using KiwiRail and AT control systems. There's also, I think as everyone will be aware, the Auckland area network. There's a massive renewal program underway in the wider network, which is required for the City Rail Link to perform at the level it's been promised. And I think the term people are using is we're turning the railway from a low intensity freight railway to a metro mindset. I'm going to go through these quite quickly, but from here on in, there's an enormous amount of effort put into the systems and the safety requirements of the project. We're going through a series of what are called safety gates at the moment. We've done the safety requirements, defined the safety processes. We've had the safety approval for the civils design, and now we're looking for the safety approvals for the systems design. That will then roll on to testing and then readiness for operations. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I think I've jumped way ahead of you. Sorry. That's the problem when you're working off your iPhone. Go next one, please. Next one. Sorry about that. As I'll just say, no, yeah. So we're now, this is the safety process to date. There's 7 safety gates to go through. The first 4 are the responsibility of the Link Alliance. The last 3, KiwiRail and AT and Auckland One Rail, take a much larger role. So up to safety stage gate 4, you could say that's the end of the build. All the systems are tested and signed off and accepted. And then safety stage gate 5, that's the train running tests. Then we have emergency operating tests. And then we have performance demonstration. So there's a lot of work to move from a construction project into an operating railway. And I'm sure Dave and Christian will talk to you a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. City Rail Link and the Link Alliance are contractually bound to provide 24 trains ultimate capacity and 15 trains per hour at opening, and 18 trains per hour within 10 years. Obviously, there's a lot of testing required to meet those conditions, and there's a lot of work going on at the moment with both KiwiRail and AT around how we will meet those conditions. Next slide, please. Look, this is a lot of detail about the work around safety assurance that's happening. We're about halfway through the safety work we have to do, and we're well on the way to I think, handing over what's required for AT and KiwiRail. Next slide, please. As well as the main works that the Link Alliance are doing. Is that the last slide you have? I'm just sorry.
Yeah, need to go back one, Sean.
Yeah, go back. Right. Okay. So look, the last slide, the challenges going forward. Obviously, there is a very big issue with the Link Alliance at the moment, the impact on COVID to them. We have to resolve that. We're working through that, and there'll be a briefing to the sponsors next Friday about where we are on that. We will be needing to secure funding for the COVID impacts. Really, a big focus on the project at the moment is exiting COVID and getting the construction team back into a mindset which is not impacted by COVID every week, because it's been something they haven't been having to deal with for the last 2.5 years. Obviously, the challenges around rail systems installation, tests and commissioning, they should not be made light of. We're doing everything we can. We're, I think, eyes wide open, AT, KiwiRail and ourselves, but no one is suggesting that we have that resolved. There's a lot of uncertainty and complexity we still have to manage in the next period before we're comfortable. Another point I'd just like to make, and this is just a wider environment, Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne have 3 very large metro rail systems for completion in 2024 and 25. Australia has a huge pipeline of rail work. We don't have such a pipeline in New Zealand. We fight Australia for resources. And I think it would be naive to say that over the next 2 years, we are not going to be impacted by the size of the workload in Australia and the fact that there are these 3 other metro jobs in Australia coming to completion at roughly the same time we will be doing. I don't know the impact of that. I don't know the extent of that. But I do know many of the people we use from now on in actually come from Australia to do the work we need. And we are already having talks with some of our specialist subcontractors, and they are trying to balance our needs versus their needs across the eastern side of Australia. It's not going to be straightforward, and it's going to take a lot of effort to get what we need. We're aware of it, but it would be, I think, inappropriate not to mention that as one of the complexities. And that's not been caused by anyone in New Zealand, but the environment we're in is a very, very busy environment at the moment. So there's still significant inherent uncertainty in the project from here to completion. That's not because anyone's done anything wrong. All the advisors we use have stressed to us we should not undersell the complexity from now to completion. And there's a wide spread of possible outcomes from here on in. We're doing everything we can to identify the risks and manage them, but it is an ongoing piece of work for the next 2 years. So it does still present real challenges being able to give highly accurate time and cost predictions at this point in time because of the variables. We're working on it, but there is still a lot of uncertainty on the job as of now. That's my portion over. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Sean. I think it'll be, and I think the presenters have displayed a preference for maybe getting our presentations and then coming back at the end. So if you can just record the questions that you may have, we can put it to everyone at the end. So the next person up is Christian. Over to you, Christian.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Christian Meslan tuku ingoa. I am an engineer. I worked 25 years in rail and public transport for the private sector prior to joining IT and calling out our home 4 years ago. I worked on light rail, high-speed train projects in France, and most recently on Sydney Light Rail, Canberra Light Rail, and Sydney Metro Northwest. So at AT, I lead the teams who develop the public transport services and the public transport projects, and I am also playing the client integrator role on CRL, light rail, Second Harbour Crossing, and the heavy rail projects. So next slide, please. So as Sean explained, CRL is the enabler of a transformation on our transport network, our rail network. It's like building the missing part of a roundabout in the middle of a rail network. Drawing the analogy with the Auckland Harbour Bridge, it's a short piece of infrastructure, but it delivers benefit all across the region, even not wider. So that will enable all trains to go through the CBD. It will give us total flexibility on how we run our train services, and it will shorten the journeys and increase the number of trains movement at Britomart. And by doing so, we are contributing to the emissions reduction targets. Next slide, please. So the railway without CRL, it's a dead end at Britomart. We are stuck with 20 trains per hour at Britomart, with trains turning back from the west at Newmarket. And for the record, the patronage on the rail network before COVID was 21.4 million. We are forecasting 12 million this year and 23.7 in the next financial year. The section between Papakola to Pukekohe is closed for the electrifications, and while Link Alliance are doing works at Britomart, the Onehunga Line services terminate at Newmarket. Next slide, please. So when CRL open, as I said, we will have total flexibility on how we run our lines. That is the draft CRL Day 1 train plan. It is subject to further modeling and taking into account the new travel patterns. And we will go for consultation as soon as we have completed the modeling with the options. What is sure is that we will run 16 trains per hour in the CRL tunnels. That's the equivalent of 32 trains movement compared to 20 now at Britomart. Next slide, please. So in 2005, we were at 5 million on the rail network with the new electric trains, and we jumped to 10 million in 21, just before COVID, and that was in financial year 2019. As I said, we are down to 12 this fiscal year. Our statement of intent plans for 23 in financial year 24, and our long-term planning is around 30 million, 2 years after CRL open. Next slide, please. So the business case in 2015 envisaged 3 design cases just after CRL open with 16 trains per hour, giving a total capacity of 22.5 thousand passengers per hour per direction. By 2035, it was envisaged that we will raise the capacity to 18 trains per hour with additional trains, level crossings closed on the Western Line, and the start of the expansion to 9-car trains. And by 2045, full capacity, 24 trains per hour per directions with 9-car trains. We are refreshing with Key Rail the program business case for the next 30 years, and those assumptions will be, as I said, revisited, and a new program business case will be submitted in May 2023. Next slide, please. So before doing that, we will open CRL, and we have broken down what it takes to be ready for Auckland Transport to offer new services into 4 levels of readiness. The first one is the completion of the Link Alliance scope. That's the main core of the CRL project. Level 2 is the readiness of the CRL project. Level 3 is the readiness of the rail Auckland network. That's everything else. And last but not least, level 4 is the readiness of the transport network. And I will come back to that later. Next slide, please. So when we will, I would say, complete the Link Alliance scope, that means we will have done the testing and commissioning and the integration of the systems on the CRL, and that will enable Link Alliance to be reaching practical completion. We've got other things to do to, I would say, be ready for, for the CRL, be ready for public operations. Then when we are ready for the rest on the rail network and our transport network, that's when we will be able to start the public operations. So there will be a delay between Link Alliance reaching practical completion, the CRL asset being ready for public operation, and Auckland Transport and our operator running trains on the new rail network. Next slide, please. So level 1, Auckland Transport is supporting Link Alliance by providing drivers, trains, and resource to do the testing and commissioning. So that's mainly through our rail operator, Auckland Run Rail, and our maintainer, Downer, the mass contract. That will enable Link Alliance to reach practical completion. Next slide, please. The delay between that and CRL being ready for public operation is mainly for, as far as it is concerned, about training the drivers. Auckland One Rail needs to train 250 drivers, and we will not be able to do that while Link Alliance are still working on the project and test and commission the infrastructure. So we will try to minimize as much as we can the gap, but we need to train everyone in order to be ready for operations. Next slide, please. So the next level 3, readiness of the rail network. That's mainly Key Rail. We are supporting that by integrated the new rail services in our systems, but also by providing trains. We bought 23 new trains that will be arriving for that time. And we are also, I would say, forced to comply with the rail regulations and to intervene on rail crossings, pedestrian crossings, and road crossings. And we need also to prove that the day one timetable is reliable. And next slide, please. And the level 4, mainly with AT, it's about making sure that these new train services are aligned with the rest of our public transport services and our bus timetables, but also with the road network around the stations, pedestrians, cyclists, and so on. We need to revisit the wayfinding because the lines will have new names, new terminus, and new directions, and also our maps and customer-facing systems. Next slide, please. We are integrated into everything that we are doing with CRL and Key Rail. We are integrated the key lessons learned from other major projects, the major one being Crossrail in the UK. As Sean said, a big large rail project is one-third civils, and we are now, one-third systems, the fit out of the stations, and one-third the operational trials. We need to not underestimate the amount of time that we have to spend to deliver a perfect and reliable service at day one. We are working with Link Alliance on what they call the paper project. That's the safety case, the as-built drawings and everything. And it's a huge undertaking. And once again, we do not need to underestimate the efforts. And last but not least, one big lesson is even though we will know when we open, we shouldn't be announcing that because that creates a hard deadline that has direct effects on teams and safety and reliability. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christian. So just a final presenter. We better get to Dave before one of those trains maybe run him over the testing there. So over to you, Dave. Final perspective from Kiwi Rail.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, ko David Gordon, Tūāhanga. I'm Kiwi Rail's Chief Operating Officer for Capital Projects. Maya, could you go on 2 slides, please? Thanks. So what, councillors, you've heard from Sean and Christian is that you're doing an enormous investment in the centre of the city with immense capacity, but it simply won't yield the value that's there unless the rest of the network is up and running at the same level. And it was clear to us well back when this was being done is that the network would not be ready for City Rail Link unless significant investment was made. So it wouldn't have the capacity to sustain the service promise, nor would it have the ability to provide what Christian described as a headway timetable, which means the next train just turns up soon after the other one, and it works like clockwork. So at that time, we actually sought a significant chunk of investment to go into the network concurrent with the build of City Rail Link. And you can see it on the screen. The capacity ones are jobs, the Wirree to Key Park, most of you, which sort of goes under the shorthand name of Third Main, the Papakura to Pukekohe electrification, and the fact that we're building another substation out west, Glen Eden Way. We also look to invest in creating an integrated rail control centre that's coming out of the ground at Ellerslie as we speak. Our operations, AT's rail operations and Auckland One's rail operations will be co-located in the same area, so we're able to offer what is a proper metro service. And the last item was the rail network rebuild, which is then called Ringham, which is obviously subject to some controversy at the moment. But the analogy I used at the time, and I continue to use, is that Sean was building something like a fire hose. At either end, it was feeding into a garden hose, which was the network, and the truth was that garden hose had some kinks in it as well. And we're working very hard to ensure when the fire hose is ready to open, it's feeding to something that has more. Sorry, Maya, you can go on, thanks. Also note, as Sean did, that CRL was funded for other network capacity investments, and you can see them there. And over time, Sean and I have agreed that we are better deliverers of those than CRLL, not because they're competent, it's just a different scale of operation and more suits to our scale. As we would say, we wouldn't have the competency to build the City Rail Link. Like everyone, we had COVID get in the way of what was pretty logical progression, and we also had the rolling contact fatigue problem, which caused us to reschedule a big chunk of investment and timing. But if I move next one, thanks, Maya, I'll just give you an update of where we're at. And I think I've got a pretty good report card at the moment. In terms of the opening of City Rail Link and where we've aligned what we're doing with Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, Wirree Key Park at the moment is actually 3 months ahead, which is a bit of a miracle given we've had COVID and the rest, but we've been able to introduce some technology that enables the contractor to be much more efficient. Papakura to Pukekohe, the new signalling system is fully commissioned. We can run trains on opposite mains, so we're able to shut small sections of line at a time and start putting in the masts for the overhead line to run the electric trains. I've got stations at Drury and Parata. We're up for consultation on each of those 2 stations, and pretty good alignment on Drury and excellent alignment on Parata with developers. Western Power Feed, I'm putting papers to board in the coming week on approving contract award for there. As I said, the Integrated Control Centre is coming out of the ground at Ellerslie. And in terms of readiness for CRL, I'm not belittling the challenges that both Sean and Christian talked about, but at the moment, I believe we are ready for what gets thrown at us. It doesn't say it's perfect, but we're going into this well and truly with our eyes open and appropriately resourced to deal with it. We've got 2 things that are challenges at the moment. The first is Middlemore Station, but we are in the very closing phases of mediation, which started with what was then Counties Manukau District Health Board, is now NZ Health, about the station, its alignment with the hospital, and how we get that environment sorted. I'm extremely confident that will resolve itself and we won't end up in the Environment Court. And you may or may not be aware, the location of Drury West Station is our decision making, and its location itself is under challenge from made developments. But the point I would make in both of those, ourselves and yourselves are aligned in terms of what we are trying to achieve. Thanks, Maya. We've got one area where we're not, and I'm not saying this because it's a dispute, it's just because we hold different views and we're trying to resolve the views between us. Drury Stations, the Drury Stations project currently funded 495 million from the NZ Up project, facing cost escalation issues like every construction project. What do you do? And there is a difference of view between ourselves and AT. AT's view is Drury Central and Parrata more fully and defer Drury West. Our view is we would rather do 3 to a lower specification for day one. That's going to work itself. It's going to work itself through in the end. But at the moment, we're just in slightly different camps. And there's one area where the council's disinterested, and it's just getting power from counties' power. Again, that is just a question of we want to take quite a bit of juice out of their network. What does it do to their stability? Do they have to do some upstream investments? And who should pay? These are commercial engineering discussions, but they're not disputes. They're just finding the correct path to go down. Next slide. So I want to touch on clearly probably the most controversial aspect of our development, and Councillor Lee and I have already had some correspondence between us and some discussions on this. But I want to tell the story here as we see it. And I know councillors have asked us to consider, Councillor Lee has asked me to consider alternative ways. So how did we get to where we are? And what are the decisions we looked at? So in the first instance, what's driving our thinking? And our thinking is this, is that City Rail Link will open. And I think the worst thing that we could conceivably do is open that, spend $4+ billion on City Rail Link and all the other things, and then announce for the couple of years after that a period of network closures while we finish getting the network ready. To me, that is totally the wrong, to me and to Kiwi Rail, that is totally the wrong approach. So what we are trying to do and what's driving us is a desire to do a set of work on the network before City Rail Link opens. And I'll just go into that work a little bit more because I've been interviewed on the media a number of times about this. And I've said on each occasion, firstly, it's work that Kiwi Rail would have to do over a much longer period of time if there was no compelling or burning platform. In other words, we could do this, we could chip away at this over a 20, 30-year period and get to the end. However, the work of its nature is incredibly invasive and it's work you don't want to do. So whenever we do it, there will be levels of shut to do so. However, City Rail Link is coming. The network is going to get a significant upgrade in its capacity and resilience and reliability. And in our view, to not do this work and then to wait till after it opens and then have progressive disruption is wrong. And the third reason we're doing it this way is post the City Rail Link opening, we, T-Rail, who have got an accountability to keep the network maintained, will have much less access to do that maintenance. At the moment, our maintenance is invasive and it involves shuts. We believe that is not going to be the way it's done in the future. We're going to have to re-engineer, well, we are re-engineering how we do the maintenance. We will get less time on the network and there'll be much more running of trains and much less time of fixing the network. That's the future, and that's the model we have to change to. Hence the unpleasant reality of having to do some fundamental works in the formation and the guts of the network, which totals building 25 kilometres of new rail in this contracted period. So we look really hard at how do you do this? Do you have full rolling closures, which is what we're currently proposing and working to? Do we have one-way operating? And that would involve keeping one lane run track open, running trains one direction in the morning inwards and one direction in the afternoon, having something of a timetable, and basically either have a workers standing by, which I think is too dangerous because you've got power up, or basically workers not being on the track at any time during the day. Or we had the option of running this much longer, well past CRL opening. Current status is this. We have the first 12-week block from Westfield to Newmarket, which includes Tūāhanga simply because the Tūāhanga branch feeds into there. And during that period, one, we're going to do the work. Two, we want to build evidence on our actual productivity and opportunities. The longest we've ever had at closure on an Auckland network is somewhere between 18 to 21 days. So we know what we can achieve in that type of period. What we don't know is what we can achieve in a longer period, because if you have longer access, you don't have to disestablish the sites. And we want to learn a little bit more about our productivity. Does it have to be 12 weeks? Can it be shorter? We're also, during that time, look at the sequence on Westfield to Key Park, because the biggest chunk of the upgrade work is happening between Westfield and Key Park. Most of our network rebuild is there. It is an old part of the network and very challenging to get access to lots of bits of it. So we want, during that time, we're going to challenge the sequence of invasive versus moderate works, deliver the evidence from Westfield, what can we do, and we, at that point, reconfirm or amend approach, but they have to be shuts. At this stage, I cannot offer up anything different to what I'm offering at the moment, but we are not going into this blindly saying we've got our orders and this is where we're going. We need to learn and we need to adapt as we go. But be clear, the type of work we're doing, which is digging out potentially 900, almost a metre below the level of the formation at the moment, replacing that and building that is not something you can do with a train running past you in 25,000 volts above your head. Clearly we'll be open for the Women's Football World Cup for the matches, and as Sean mentioned, if Henderson Station improvements are funded, then we will also amend the rail rebuild sequencing out west, because I think, clearly if we're going to have a rebuild of that, we'd want to be doing the repairs at the same time and then opening to something new. Next one, thanks, Maya. So as I said, where is this driving to? And the network is going to change. The way it operates will change post City Rail Link opening. The way it's maintained will change. Fewer and far shorter blocks of line. Most of our inspections will be automated and digital rather than people, and much less invasive maintenance because we've done the rail builds. In other words, when we are ready to open this for the public, we want to open it and let people use it for the maximum hours every day of the year. Thanks, Mo. I'll just raise some other things because City Rail Link's, I guess, the big gorilla in terms of the development. But there's a lot happening in Auckland rail generally, just sort of ensure that councillors are aware. We're also working with AT and your own council officials. We are working with AT to build a joint business case, which says what does the rail need to be in 2045, a 30-year view of rail and what role it plays. We are working in-house at the moment and will be sharing with Ports of Auckland whether we have an opportunity to put much more containers on rail from the inland port either out to Southdown or to their inland port at Wiri. We actually did this in the past, looked at it, but at the time there was not a great deal of interest from Ports of Auckland. I think that is changing and we'll be taking this up with the port, and we've spoken to the Mayor about this. I will leave there the level crossing issue. It's a big issue for Auckland City and Auckland Transport. There are still a large number of level crossings in the network. As rail traffic builds, congestion and queues and crossings will build and the propensity for accidents will rise. It is a big unanswered question of how it's done. It's not just a rail program, it's not just a road problem, it's also an urban development problem. And in our view, it needs to be addressed through those three lenses, and particularly the urban development opportunities that flow from road closures or grade separation. Next one, please, Maya, which was my last one. Just mentioned light rail. We're working with the Auckland Light Rail team. They know and we know that South Down Avondale corridor is important for both of us. In the long term, if rail is to grow, if conventional rail is to grow in Auckland, which the business plan will show, we need to get the freight trains out of Newmarket, which means we need to use the South Down Avondale corridor. Light rail needs to use the corridor. We've got to find a way to coexist on that, and we're working with that team on that. And the final point I'll raise, and it's a bigger picture issue, at the moment, the network funding model for Metro Rail in Auckland assumes that Kiwi Rail and AT pay 100% of the ongoing costs, proportionate to the share of the use of the network. And that share is based on some fairly well agreed international algorithms. And it boils down to AT paying about 90% and we pay about 10%. What we've seen in the past is that the level of investment in that network has led to the foundations of it and the rest are in decline. And you put City Rail Link in here, you've got a brand new multi-billion-dollar asset. The worst thing that could happen is that it isn't appropriately renewed and maintained through its life, so it doesn't get its value through its life. Now, just being pragmatic, that is going to put a significant cost burden on Council, AT, ourselves and others. GWRC have the same problem in Wellington. What is the funding model for that in the future? So that's a think piece that we are working on to resolve, because when we open this thing, and Kiwi Rail will basically own the rail stuff, AT will own the stations, all of that's been confirmed. How do we ensure that what's in the picture behind me still looks like that in 100 years' time? So thank you, councillors and chair.
Thank you very much, David, and also to Sean and Christiane. So we'll open it up. It's a pretty detailed and wide-ranging discussion on our rail neck, challenging but also quite exciting in its own way, what's just down the line, pardon the pun. So the people we've got up first are Councillor Ferry, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Turner, Newman and Lee in that order. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. Some of them were answered as we went through the presentation, so I won't ask those. Firstly, just to sort of commend you for two of the presentations, there was explicit mention of what didn't work and what we've learnt from other projects and how to do things differently in the future. And I just wanted to commend you putting that on the public record and sharing that. I think that kind of approach is to be encouraged. From an elected member perspective, I felt there were some shortcomings and have been shortcomings continuing around comms. And I wonder if there was any comment on that in terms of the communication, particularly to the public, about how the project is progressing and what the benefits are when we get to the end point. That was my first question. My next question was just around 250 drivers needed for your trains. It's a highly competitive environment, as we're seeing with a shortage of bus drivers at the moment. So any plans you have to make it particularly attractive in that level, particularly noting that we will need a whole lot of bus replacement for trains during the RNR works as well. And then finally, if you see a role for Eki Tūnuku potentially in helping with some of that level crossing work, which I know is particularly important to Graham East, who I think is in the audience today. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
I think that first question probably went to you, Sean, I think, and then maybe some other speakers can pick up the other ones.
There you go.
Sorry, the first question, just to be clear, the first question.
That was in relation to any lessons around the comms work, because that seems to have been a shortcoming for how work is progressing to the public and the benefits when the project is complete.
Well, we put a lot of effort into the comms. There's a huge amount of effort into that. There are limits to what we can tell the public, particularly if they are impacted by commercial matters, and we don't want to do that for a whole range of reasons. So that's probably why there is some detail that's not being fed out into the public, because we have some large, complex commercial negotiations about to be commenced with the Link Alliance, and we don't want to be running part of those negotiations through the media. Is probably why that would be the answer there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferry. I think if we can identify which presenter, if that's possible, or otherwise I'll just get Barry to direct your question to the appropriate person. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's for David. I hope so. At slide 41, it states if Henderson improvements are funded. That's the first time I've heard the funding being under threat. Is it under threat?
In terms of the scale of what we think is necessary to do versus what's funded at the moment, yes, there's a gap.
What happens if it's not funded? What happens to the services?
Well, probably Christian can talk a little bit more about it, but we'll have more services terminating, I think, you might have to help me here, Christian, where we would be terminate. There'll be some turning at Mount Eden, so you'd get a slightly lower frequency, out west.
Yes, we would have to stop the services that would reach Henderson at Newmarket if we don't have the Henderson improvements funded.
Okay, I'll pick my jaw up off the floor and reserve my right to speak on this, but I've got one more question.
If I can just respond.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, maybe if I can also answer Councillor Ferry's question about the Tūnuku.
Sorry, if I can just respond to that, Councillor Henderson. There's a funding request that's coming, as I mentioned, and that's presentation to Mayor and Ministers next week. The Henderson question will come up in that, and if we can leave it till then and work through it then, if that's okay.
I've got one more. Sorry, thank you. I've got one more. I've got an idea on how we can save money, particularly capital cost. Slide 38. Can we do Swanson instead of Henderson? That's a hell of a lot cheaper. And it actually benefits West Auckland residents more.
Perhaps if I just respond to that as well, David, because that is something that's been looked at in quite some detail, and I'm sure that will come up in the discussions when we talk about the commercial side as well.
Thank you. I reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
We have looked at both options.
Councillor Turner, then Councillor Newman.
My question is for Mr. Gordon. You've touched on it as you presented. This huge big beast, which is CRL, is going to use lots of energy. On a percentage scale, what's the increase on Auckland's power consumption that this will be when it's up and running, both the rolling stock and all the fixed structure, etc.?
I wouldn't be competent to say what the draw, let's just say, would be on the stations. In terms of the traction power, it's actually not that great because in electrical terms, it's actually only 3.5 kilometres of additional track. So once we've built our substation out west and resolved with Counties Power and got the substation out east, the network will have sufficient resilience of power that even if one of those substations go down, we're fine. But I think everyone knows that we've built, demand on the electrical grid is just going to grow and grow as we decarbonise. So it is another draw on what are already stretched networks.
Excuse if I may, just the draw won't be by the extra length as much as by the doubling of the activity, is that correct?
Yeah, although the draw from trains is less related to the level of activity and more related to the amount of acceleration you have at the same time. It doesn't take a great base load, but it's quite peaky. So it's sort of the worst type of power you want.
Thank you.
We require quite a lot of resilience to draw what is fundamentally not a very great deal of amount of power.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Newman.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. I think I'll start, Christian, this might be for you first. Level 3 readiness of the rail network, it refers to removal of several pedestrian rail crossings to comply with the regulator's mandate. Which ones, or how many are several, and which ones, and what's the mandate?
I don't have the list of names right here, but I will forward that to you. We've got 6 pedestrian level crossings that the regulator has asked us to close or grade separate, and 1 road level crossing on Shore Street East.
Okay, if I could get that information soon, I'd be very grateful if you could email that through to me. Probably my next questions, Chair, would be directed to David Gordon from KiwiRail. Mr. Gordon, I appreciate your candour. You're from Wellington, so you're not directly affected by the experience, but my constituents sure will be. You refer to when the issue with respect to awareness of the maintenance issues on the network and the need for an intervention now. I assume that you're framing the need for the shutdown for the rebuild in the context of, preparation for CRL. But I mean, when was the state of this particular ground and subground infrastructure decay? When was that? When did you become aware of that? I know that you're doing it now because of CRL, but you also referred to there's been a challenge with the cost allocation for the underlying maintenance issues now, which has been ongoing for a very long time. And so we're now dealing with that. When was this first something that became a problem that needed an intervention, or is it an intervention now because of the project that's forthcoming?
I think, Councillor, a really good question, because clearly we were aware for many years, well before this was even thought of, that the rail was built at a time, particularly around the waterfront in the east, for an axle load of 8 tonnes, right? And we run 18 tonnes across that. So it's well known that it was built on foundations for X and we're operating for foundations for Y. We would not be doing, however, and the second point is bang on, we would not be doing the level of acceleration of work into this, because you can live with it. And we have been chipping away at it over the years and will continue to do so. But we would not be going the level of intervention we're doing without the City Rail Link, because post the City Rail Link, we don't believe we will have the moral or access rights to do the necessity of work. And I know that is a point of dispute between, it's a point of discussion between ourselves and other councillors as to whether you do it all before or do it afterwards. It's been known for a long time. Our ability to have it funded is much shorter. We only got the ability under the Land Transport Management Act to be funded for this type of work from Wakakatahi in 2020. So we've been seeking the money for a while, our ability to do it for a while, but City Rail Link is the catalyst, without doubt.
And so you do the work that you're proposing to do, is that it? Or do you expect that, once you start to pick at this, how much further we're going to have to go here? Is this a project with an end, or this is a project where we open it up and by God we're going to find a whole lot more mess, which is going to just require an intervention for longer, deeper, more dramatic, more expensive? Give me your reflection on this, because I want to know what the experience will be for my constituents.
Right, and I'll be as straightforward as I can. We've ground surveyed, ground penetrated, done test pits and the like throughout the network. So we've got a fairly firm idea of where the 25 k's of rebuilds needs to be done. Anyone who's ever pulled a piece of wall or off on a house renovating know you sometimes find something, and clearly we have allowed in our programming for a certain number of items to go, to be found and go wrong. I believe our programming, though, is sufficiently robust at this stage to say that the timings we have will lead to the close up. But I wanted to take councillors a little bit further beyond. Let's just say, and this is all finished. The network involves steel on steel. Running a railway involves steel on steel and involves things wearing out. The performance of the trains on the network is driven half by the performance of the train and half by the performance of the network. We will perpetually, people talk about painting the fourth bridge in Scotland. Well, the fourth bridge is a rail bridge. You get to one end and you come to the other. We will perpetually be doing that type of repairs. But what we won't be doing is the deep dig out type repairs that we're doing in this period. And that's the difference. So if you're wanting a cast iron guarantee, I know exactly what's happening beneath the earth ever in Auckland, in the Auckland corridor. I can't give you that. I can say that I'm confident my team has done all reasonable investigations that they can possibly do, short of actually pulling the rails up and starting to dig.
And the concluding follow on from that, Chair, is we still, to me, it doesn't seem that we've addressed the fundamental cost allocation for the underlying maintenance. And local government is renowned for actually not doing the maintenance on the infrastructure that's required to do. That's a real bane of the lives of people in Auckland. Once we've done this, is there a settled approach as to who's going to own the asset management plan for the purpose of consequential maintenance for this new infrastructure?
If I can start on that one, but Christian probably want to chip in.
We'll maybe bring
so
up
firstly,
Barry.
this...
Look, I'm happy to answer that quite briefly. It comes down to asset ownership. The asset ownership work is still in place at a rough level, stations and track. That process is being worked through at the moment, and we'll have more detail in the next few months. However, there is provision that I understand has been made in the RLTP for some maintenance around that, and part of the process is working out what is actually in there, what's been provided for, and the adequacy of that.
Well, Barry, the question therefore is that if some funding has been provided in the RLTP, is that new funding in the RLTP, or is that a reallocation of the existing maintenance and renewals money within the RLTP? Because if it's from the existing funding envelope, there's an opportunity cost to that.
I understand that some of that is earmarked for CRL, but the actual quantum and detail I can't tell you off the top of my head. I don't know that. Maybe
we can talk about that.
I just wanted to say that for the stations, Auckland Transport has signed a contract, firm price, to Downer for the next 30 years that covers the maintenance and the renewals. So everything that is customer facing and system related that will come to 80, that's covered, and it's in our long-term plan.
Right, thank you, Christian. And if it lasts as long as the fourth rail bridge, we'll all be doing well. That was built in 1899, I think. Just before we move on to Councillor Lee, for the benefit of the councillors who have just joined the meeting, Barry Potter has said that the update on the financial matters of the CRL will be occurring on December 9, so we can save any questions to then.
That will be a briefing to ministers and mayor, and then after that, just need to remember that anything from that will need to go through to both cabinet and to the governing body. And any communications around under the sponsors agreement, any communications around those matters need to be joint communications between both sponsors, Crown and Council. So we need to be mindful of that.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you. I guess it'll be like one of those bills you receive and you don't want to open the envelope. But Mr. Chairman, may I preface my questions with a remark?
Certainly.
Sure. I just want to say I've been a supporter of the CRL from its inception. This is this version. It was originally mooted in the 1950s, 1940s actually, and tragically it wasn't built then. The World War II generation tended to overachieve in terms of building things on time and under budget. But I've been a supporter. I just want to make a point here before I ask questions that it's important to remember what this stuff, what this civil works, what these rail improvements are for. They're for our people. They're for people. They're for train users in this case. And that should not be forgotten. It's easy to rareify something so that the thing itself becomes the total objective. But the CRL, the tunnel, the link tunnel is really to service people using trains in a more efficient way. I want to thank Dr. Sweeney, Mr. Mezzalin and Mr. Gordon for the presentation. I have some questions going back to, I think, Mr. Mezzalin, relating to Britomart changes. We know that the CRL was necessitated in the end because a Britomart station did not have the capacity and obviously didn't have the physical throughput to cater for growth. But now I'm concerned to hear that as a offset of this project, Britomart, its platforms in Britomart are to be removed. And one of the incentives, one of the reasons why I was a champion of the CRL was that improving the throughput or making it a through station would enable services, provincial services, and we can think of Te Huia, or we can think of the Northern Explorer to Wellington, could come into Britomart with enormous convenience and benefits for passengers and therefore patronage. But I am now concerned that Tūāhanga services are going to be truncated because of that, because of this work, permanently, I understand. And that, again, is counterintuitive in my mind in regard to we're here to serve the people and rail is to serve the people. Just give us a brief response on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one thing. The end state for Britomart is 4 platforms, 2 throughputs and 2 terminating platforms. For the time being, no services is envisaged to terminate at Britomart. All services will go through. So the two platforms will be used as spare for resilience, but will also could be used for interregional services. When CRL opens, the through platforms will be for 9 car, the end platform, terminal platform for 6 car trains, but with the future-proofing to be extended to 9 car at a future stage. So as part of the Tūāhanga line matters, They are terminating at Newmarket now while we are doing the works because we don't have enough capacity at Britomart now, since it's a terminating station for all the other services. As far as when CRL opens, no decision has been made yet. As I explained, the CRL gives us full flexibility to run the services as we may wish. We are about to model the train plan, and we'll come to the AT board with options, and then we'll go to consultation, and that includes how we will deal with the Onehunga line.
Just to be brief, can you confirm that services from Hamilton, services from Wellington, and services from Onehunga will not be able to use Britomart after these changes?
As I said, we are currently modeling the train plan and the timetables. I cannot confirm anything. As soon as that work is being undertaken by our rail operator in collaboration with Rail, we will come up to the AT board with the results of that work.
Thank you. Another question. Mr. Gordon talked about a fire hose and a garden hose, and I was quite taken with that analogy. The water in the hose are the passengers, not just hoses. It won't work unless you have water in either hose. And the assumption is there's going to be a huge amount of water being compressed into a network that can't manage it. I think somewhat of an exaggeration. However, are you aware of the current level of rail patronage in Auckland? And Mr. Gordon, are you aware of that level, current level?
Clearly I am, Councillor Lee. You and I spoke about this the other day. Yes, I am.
Probably unfair. It's about less than half of what it was before COVID. COVID restrictions essentially were lifted a year ago. It's lower than during COVID, actually. And so we do know that the people who seem to be not considered adequately in these plans haven't come back to rail. The last time we had 8 to 9 million was back in the days of the Auckland Regional Council and building every year, and that was before electrification. So if the people don't turn up, the CRL is going to be dressed up with nowhere to go, and hence our concern that this rebuild of the formation, the substrate, be done in a way that retains as much patronage as possible and not be fixated on having everything perfect for the opening of the CRL, because if the people don't turn up, if patronage doesn't increase, it's going to be something of an anticlimax. So we just ask you to bear that in mind. And other councillors have talked about the plan concerning replacement buses, given the crisis, serious crisis we have with buses in Auckland, relying on that. I'll just make another point if I could.
Just, Councillor Lee, if I could just interrupt you there. I think, thanks for the questions, but I think we've got quite a number of people who've still to answer their questions here. I think we're about due for a little break. I think there's too many people to ask, so we'll maybe just have a break for 5 minutes and then come back. There's too many questions.
Sure, I'll leave off here then, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. And then we'll pick up with Councillor Bartley, Member Taipari, Councillors Leone, Hills, Walker and Ferry. So if we could just have a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you.
Because, you know, I represent Onehunga, and I went from trying to find out why the line was stopped at Newmarket and not Britomart to now hearing that the lines are just going to shut down anyway, both that line and the eastern line, which is all of my area and other councillors' areas. And we have no say in that. And then the community's expectation is, well, you're sitting at that table, why don't you know? So yeah, that's really the thrust of my questioning there.
And that is a good question. Christian, I think you should take that.
The closure of the lines, as David Gordon explained, is a necessity that had been, and the works had been identified as a necessity for a couple of years. Kirail have done the planning on how they will deliver the works, and the consequence is that we won't be able to run trains on portions of the network for a period of time in the time leading to CRL. So that plan was presented to us in the recent month. We are now working to address those closures by, I would say, designing replacement services for the period of time where some stations will be closed. And I think there is not much we can do right now than acknowledging the need for Kirail to undertake those urgent and needed works in the coming years.
Yeah, and I guess, is there anything else they can foresee? You know, like it's not in any of our previous reports from Auckland Transport where this was flagged, we're going to shut down rail. Do you know what I mean? Like, so is there anything else that they can foresee so that we're not on the back foot with our communities again?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Bartley. I think that question of communication and having upfront knowledge is really important, and I think that will probably manifest itself in the AT update too, as it goes to not just the train network but the buses and ferries. So I think we definitely need to pick that up in the next item. That's a really good point. IMSB Chair David Taiperi.
Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou tēnei wā, ki a koe John, te chairman o te tepu nei, tēnā koe. Just a few questions on, you can probably direct who they go to, but probably this first one on the first two, maybe Auckland Transport, but just to be consistent, I think, with Council's policies, is there a strategy or employment strategy to identify Māori for those employment opportunities you talked about?
Is this in relation to drivers and training of drivers and staff at the stations? That would be a question for Auckland Transport. While they're answering, Sean may also want to address some of the employment schemes that City Rail Link Limited actually have in place as well.
Right.
Can you pick that one up, Sean?
Yeah, we have a scheme that we've been running now for nearly 3 years, which is focused on young people, particularly Maori and Pacifica, who have what we have. It's hard to say. They have sort of impediments to joining the workforce. So this is for school leavers, and we've been running a progressive employment program now for nearly 3 years.
Mr. Chairman,
Your mic's off, Sean. You have to repeat that last 15 seconds that we didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it back on now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm talking on an iPhone. We run a scheme for youth, particularly Maori and Pacifica. We've been running it for 3 years, focused on young rangatahi who have, you could say, structural challenges getting into the workforce. It's a particular focus of ours. We have tranches of 6 youths, so they get full pastoral support. We're into our 5th or 6th month in various levels. We also have programs which focus on getting procurement to Maori and Pacifica companies as well. That's another focus we have at City Rail Link. I think there are also similar programs being run by the Link Alliance.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess just to qualify that question, I wasn't just talking about drivers, talking across the board. The second question was kind of answered there because about procurement, what strategy for procurement of Māori businesses there. So I'll go to my third question, which is probably Sean again. How does, I sort of pushed to have board members that are Māori on the CRR board, but that hasn't been supported. And the offset of that, or the mitigation for that, has been put down that there's a mana whenua forum. So I'm pretty keen to know what's the strategic oversight and direction of that forum and the influence on the program and project outcomes to date.
I might be
the forum.
You go,
Sorry?
Sean. You go, Sean,
Who's going to
and
answer
then
that?
I can respond as well. Yeah.
Well, the forum oversights the design of the project and has had considerable input into the design of the project. That's been the major area of focus, but the forum's also helped us around areas of, I think, worker safety, and they were a big resource during COVID.
In terms of the board appointments themselves, it's City Rail Link Limited as a Crown entity, and so it's through that process that directors are appointed to the board.
Oh, no, I'm aware of how the appointments are. I'm just raising my disappointment that there are none. And so, as they say, the mitigation's always been, we've got a forum that we can go to, although I don't think that's a substitute for having board members, but I'm just keen to know, make sure that there's progress happening with that forum and it's actually being utilised in terms of what's going on. So thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Member Taiperi. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora. I just want to tautoko what was just said there about having mana whenua Māori representation on the board. I agree with that should be taking place because it's on most of the other boards that we have. But my actual question too, just following on from the employment strategy and the fact that I hold the Māori Outcomes portfolio as well, is how many young people or Māori have you been able to employ from the program that you're running, and are you looking at direct, looking at forming relationships with mana whenua that already have strategies set up to look at better outcomes in that area?
The question was, sorry, how many Maori have been employed in that program?
That's correct, Sean.
Look, I couldn't give the breakdown. It would be significant. It's probably the majority, but between Maori and Pacifica. But I can come back to you with information. I just don't want to make it up on the spot.
Thank you. My second question was just around the number of overseas workers that we're having to bring in, and obviously the costs that would be associated to that. So can I just get an idea of how many we are having to bring in for this project, and will we have to basically maintain that for the next 30 years along with the maintenance?
Is this directed at me?
I think it's yes, it is. On foreign workers, Sean.
Well, pre-COVID, I think it wasn't well known. The New Zealand construction industry, particularly the heavy part of it, is carried by foreign workers, short-term migrants. I don't think that's commonly known. So when the borders were shut, the New Zealand construction industry was basically much like I think horticulture, hospitality, and health. Once the borders were shut, we had a massive shortage of workers because we were not able to get these people into the country. But the numbers would be significant. They would be in the hundreds. We have been working in the last 2 years to get some of these people back into the country, because otherwise the project would have been going far slower than it has gone. So it's been enormously important from the point of view of progressing the project that we get these workers back in, because we simply couldn't access them in New Zealand. And all the time that we were getting workers, and I'll use steel workers as an example, they were being poached onto other projects because the construction industry was so short. So the construction of the project is driven to a significant amount, and it always was going to be, because New Zealand doesn't build underground metros. The overseas worker component was always going to be significant. I can't speak for the operations side of it, though.
Thank you, Councillor Leone. And I think certainly one of the things the Mayor and I picked up on our visit was that a lot of the initial workforce that came back were Maori from Australia, had been working in a number of the big projects over there, which was, and we talked to a number of them, they were very experienced and holding quite important positions in that work. So we just, Councillor Hills and then Councillor Walker.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. First for Sean, and I know this is not the budget, but I just want to double check that in the process around the budget, there is still no reductions in the project, such as accessibility, services, lifts, toilets, things like that. We're still aiming to have the project on track of what was planned.
The full scope of the project is being delivered.
Cool.
The time, there was a review done of scope in 2019.
Yep.
And that was really the last economic point you could do any variations to scope in any sort of efficient way. As of now, the job is fully designed, it's fully consented, it's probably 99% contracted and procured, and if it's not on site now, it's being ordered and it's being delivered. So the full scope of the project, as I think was outlined 4 years ago, is being delivered. There's been no reductions, and as of now, there'd be no ability to reduce costs on the job, which would not be inefficient and wasteful.
Thank you for that certainty. Question for Christian and Derek. I guess on the drivers, I lack a little bit of confidence on if we will or can get enough for CRL opening due to sort of requesting or being concerned about ferry crew and bus drivers over a year ago, and we're in a much worse state. Some of those, or many of that, out of your control. How do you see the ability to ramp up that work and ensure you have the number of drivers and staff you need by that date?
Kia ora everyone, I'm Derek Kopa, the Group Manager of Metro Services. So Councillor Hills, the current staffing situation at our rail franchise operator is very good. They do not have staffing shortages. They needed to run a recruitment campaign, 2 campaigns to fill the shortfall initially. They were very successful. The conditions they offer and the type of work appears to attract a lot more candidates from the local pool. During the rail network rebuild, some of the train services will be reduced, therefore they will be managing their staffing levels during the time, allowing for additional annual leave allocation and things like that. And prior to the training that was mentioned earlier, they will be starting their recruitment campaign. So based on the current track record and based on the current situation in staffing levels across the train services, we are confident they will be able to get the crew required to operate CRL services.
And Kiwi Rail helping, you're not looking at reducing people's hours and pay during the rail closures, are you? Are Kiwi Rail helping back fund that?
At this stage, Auckland One Rail, the employer of those train drivers and train crew, is not planning on reducing any conditions. It's rather allowing people to have overdue annual leave during the periodic closures as we move from one section of the rail network to another.
Okay, so you'll still be growing during that point.
Yes.
And last question, was there
Just to note that even if some sections of the network are closed, the trains that were supposed to run on those sections will run on other sections. So we will not reduce the number of services by
a considerable amount?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And last question, Chair, thank you. A question for David. And obviously we thank you and appreciate, $330 million worth of long overdue works. But I guess my concern is what your perception or ability of working with AT around ensuring those users come back. So are you expecting pop-up bus lanes? Are you working with AT to help fund that, or the Minister? Obviously, you're doing the works, but you want the long-term passengers to come back, and if we don't help provide good options, did you have a plan with AT on that? Are you looking at that?
Clearly, we're working with AT on the response, and some of the money that is in the project for physical works is in fact going to funding that response. The logistics and the detail of it, we do, however, leave to AT. We're not strong in that area, but it is a partnership. This is not something that we've simply sprung on them in any way, shape or form.
Okay, and your expectation that after this, the amount of rail closures will be far less in the sort of late 2020s? You're trying to guarantee that for customers, residents?
Well, I think unless we guarantee that, and this exercise is a bit futile, it has to be lower, and it will be lower because the type of maintenance we do will be different.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Walker.
Just got a few quick questions, and really my interest is just to know that these things are under consideration. The first one just goes to the need for resilience and dealing with the peak in terms of supply. So are you looking at battery sets to deal with that? So you've got companies like Tesla that have got battery sets that you can just plug in, and they deal with resilience and especially peak problems in networks. So is that sort of thing being considered to add resilience to the network, which would also go to issues around signalisation, because you don't want that to go?
That's a question for...
Yeah, so really, is it under consideration? Could be yes and no.
You got that one, David? Battery sets and resilience?
Yeah. Well, it's both battery sets and also harmonic filters are the two things that you can look at. Both power companies, being Vector and Counties Energy, are looking at what do they have to put in place in their network to deal with the peak. So yes.
Okay, and the other question just goes to the training. Are you looking at using simulators, as they use in planes and trucks and lots of things for...
Yes, as part of the projects that AT are leading and delivering to support CRL, there is an upgrade of our current simulator. So we upgrade both the I would say the tool, but also the software behind it. Okay. And it's on track. Yes.
And the last question.
And we will also use that simulator for the training on P2P on Papakola to Pukekohe, which is a new section for Auckland One Rail's drivers.
And the last question is just around the track remediation that you've got to do. Overseas, there's a lot of automation and that kind of project work. So I'm assuming that that's in play so that you can really, maximise the effectiveness of how you deal with the under-track work and laying and so on. Thanks.
yes, I can confirm that automation is there for most of it, but for the dig out work, I'm afraid it is the old-fashioned digger with a shovel on the end. Post that work, then we can have a much more automated network.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you, Councillor Walker. I think Councillor Ferry, did you want very quickly reframe your question that wasn't answered first time round?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. The question that was outstanding now is just the one about Eki Panuku and level crossings, which I think one of the gentlemen, David, I think, was about to answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Look, it's an interesting exercise here. If you look at the level crossing problem simply through a transport lens, it will take you to a set of solutions. You either close the road, or you bury the railway, or you put a flyover or something like that. But the way some of the cities have looked at it, and I particularly draw from Melbourne, is that they've looked at this as an opportunity to get into placemaking, to look at the value, whether you can actually create communities and lift the value of the land. And look, I can't comment on Eki Panuku or anyone else's particular competencies in this area. I'd simply be urging councillors to look at the level crossing issue as something, as an opportunity for civic development as well as solve a transport problem.
Thank you. I guess I just point out that, you know, urban regeneration, that's what we task Eki Panuku with.
Yes, I understand.
So
Yeah.
be good to make that connection. Thank you.
Okay, one final question from Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. And my question is partly to you, Mr. Chair. That is, obviously there is a real appetite for detail, and given the delegations of this committee, which is the oversight of the CRL, and also the responsibility for framing up a One Transport plan, I wonder whether you could give us an indication of how often these briefings may be available, and what opportunity, if members have queries around the CRL in the interim, because we're getting into a level of detail in some situations where people obviously really want. But I mean, I certainly welcome the opportunity, and I'm sure the IMSB do too, that we're having that opportunity to really look in depth at this project. So with Barry Potter as our lead officer, would you be looking at a quarterly update, or what would you be thinking of, Mr. Chair, just to give members the comfort of knowing that if they have a number of queries that these can be dealt with, and also some of the policy around this will be within this committee for directives to Auckland Transport?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Fletcher. I think in respect of the delegations that this committee has received as they go to direction, oversight and specific projects. You know, the City Rail Link is one, but there's also a reference to the regional transport projects as a whole. One of the things we'll be looking for, and I'm sure, and I know the Mayor is very supportive of this, is in the first instance a more in-depth update of what's happening in these various projects, many of which are, you know, go to billions of dollars and are very significant to the transport network as a whole, and an increased frequency in respect of that reporting mechanism back. I don't think I've got an exact sequence other than to say that we see that as being desirable, and certainly Barry Potter has indicated a willingness to include in that, for those people that are interested, site visits, which once was a feature of the Auckland governing body in terms of what's happening around the wider region. And I think as far as our overall transport plan goes that the Mayor has signalled, I think that'll be very useful for all of us to fulfil that sort of oversight function that is quite to the fore in this committee. Okay, thank you. Now, I will move that we receive the update on the City Rail Link project.
Sorry, Councillor Henderson has...
Who?
Councillor Henderson has comments.
Yes, we'll just move it and then we'll go to you, Councillor Henderson. So I've moved it, Councillor Fletcher has seconded it. We'll put it open to the floor now if anyone has got any comment they'd like to make. I think, Councillor Henderson, you indicated.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for indulging me,
colleagues. I just want to direct Council's attention to a really great article on Greater Auckland about the dire need to change the decision around upgrading the Henderson station for the CRL, which is scheduled to have the turnback area for trains, and diverting it to Swanson instead. If we did Henderson, this will mean Sturgis Road, Ranui, Swanson stations will never get any better services at peak than they currently do, thereby leaving on the table a lot of CRL's investment for West Auckland residents. The catchment area we're talking about is about 35,000 people, but it's going to go up to about 50,000 in 2050. And already Swanson has taken on huge amounts of growth. As my colleague Councillor Ken Turner knows, we're spending $4 billion on this project. We can't be leaving significant benefits on the table like this because we maybe want to penny pinch on this. And yet we're pouring money into places of Auckland, frankly, that may get growth, but haven't gotten the growth yet. We've taken on huge amounts of growth, very hard for us to get any kind of investment that we need. I've actually written last term about this, trying to seek a change on the situation, and was rebuffed. So I'll be asking again in the future, what argument needs to be made here to move Henderson to Swanson? I just want to briefly raise two more things. Thank you, colleagues. I believe the capital costs will actually be a lot cheaper. I don't know anyone here that's been to Swanson. The station actually is on a huge land footprint. We can very easily expand it and turn the trains around there with minimal cost, whereas Henderson train station is right in the middle of a town centre, and that's going to be extremely expensive to do that, and disruptive for the community potentially. So it's cheaper and it's better. I think that we should be doing it. And just before I yield the floor, the other thing I want to briefly mention is rail crossings. So if we don't fix that issue, I think that's a really, really important one for us to do, then we actually don't get a lot more frequency anyway. So again, we're spending $4 billion on a CRL plus without getting the actual benefits at the other end. It's also safer for pedestrians to sort out this level crossing issue. We've lost lives in West Auckland recently around this, but it also has the happy accident of helping traffic congestion, which is always a good thing that people appreciate. So, these are the kind of things that I want the CRL management and people to be working on, and I welcome the opportunity to talk to them further about this offline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Very apt contribution there. Do we have anyone that wants to speak to the item? No, there isn't. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was a lengthy item, but I think there was a lot of really good questions and certainly a lot of detail that's been conveyed to us. The next item up is the item 9, the Auckland Transport Quarter 1 performance. I think we'll call up Acting CEO Mark Lambert, please, to address that, and just to give people a little indication as to how we hope to proceed, that we get this item through before lunch and then maybe break for lunch at 1:30, Maya says. I think certainly some of the components have been covered in the last item, so that will hopefully aid that. I would just finally say before I leave the floor open to Mark that the request to Auckland Transport in terms of this presentation also asks for a focus on the public transport crisis as it goes to the buses, as it goes to the ferries, and the potential effects of the rail closure coming up. So without further ado, thank you, Mark, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, ko Mark Lambert Takawenga. I'm currently Interim Chief Executive. You've already met this morning. Derek Coper, who's our GM of Public Transport Services, looks after our operations, and Christian Messelin, who looks after our public transport development side of the business as well. As you've said, Chair, this item was around the quarterly update on performance, but as you've requested, we're going to provide or take up most of the time to provide an update on the current public transport situation and what we're doing about that. Okay. So what I'll run through briefly, I'm conscious I'm between you and lunch by the sounds of it, so we'll run through the first quarter update, some of the trends that we're currently seeing around public transport and the current situation, our challenges, and also just a quick look ahead at the next 4 months or so with regards to public transport in Auckland. So first of all, I've just got 2 slides on our Q1 performance. Firstly, public transport patronage. The good news is we have seen an increase over the first quarter of public transport patronage. It's gone from around 59% or 60 million passenger boardings per annum at the start of the quarter, and we're currently sitting at around 67 to 70% of pre-COVID levels, which equates to around 70 million boardings over the 3 months or so. Out of our 28 or so statement of intent performance measures, we're currently tracking at 7 of those are being on track or exceeding. A couple of those being public transport patronage and rail patronage, PT service punctuality and customer satisfaction with regards to public transport roading. And what's pleasing for us is our response time to queries around roading requests for service improvements. We do have 8 of our SOIs which are currently haven't been reported or are tracking below, which is disappointing. In particular, I'd like to flag to the committee the death and serious injuries on our local road network. We have just seen in November probably the worst month for a number of years, which is extremely disappointing. So we'll need to be focused a lot on that over the next few years. With regards to financial update, Auckland Transport's net operating surplus from operations, which is excluding depreciation, is favourable for the first quarter at $4 million. And a quick update at the end of November, as of yesterday, that position has improved slightly to 5.5 million favourable position before depreciation. In terms of our capital programme delivery, again, at the end of the first quarter, as is in the report, we delivered $203 million worth of capital improvements against a budget of $273 million. At the end of November, and that was 65% of our budget. At the end of November, we've improved performance, and it's currently an expenditure of the first 4 months of the year of $273 million on capital, and that's 74% of our budget. Looking ahead, and we'll touch on some of these obviously in terms of challenges in our operating environment, it includes inflationary pressures, supply chain constraints, and resource and skills shortages. It's not all bad news. We have a few highlights from the last quarter. Again, I'll just flag that we have seen a growth in public transport use. It's not where we want it to be, but it is growing, and we will touch on that in a little bit more detail as part of our PT update. We have seen some encouraging results from our 2020 speed limit changes. So they've been in place now for 2 years. And on the roads that we've reduced the speeds, fatalities have decreased by 30%. And that's even higher on rural roads where fatalities are reduced by 48%. During the quarter, we also signed a long-term partnership contract with Fuller's 360 for improved services on a number of our ferry contracts, including removing the exempt deregulated arrangement on the Devonport ferry service, which is now a fully contracted service. And we also entered into 3 construction contracts for our first new hybrid or electric ferries, which will be in service in the next 18 to 24 months. We also completed, following a snagging period, the first section of the Eastern Busway, which was fully commissioned during the quarter, and we signed the alliance agreement for the construction of the next phase of the Eastern Busway as well. So that's a very quick overview of our first quarter performance. The rest of the time, we will focus on public transport. Through you, Chair, I'm assuming we would take all questions across the whole presentation at the end. Okay, thank you. Okay, so where are we at with regards to public transport patronage? Firstly, the graph on the left shows our historic performance over the last 10 years or so. PT patronage has been increasing over 10 years by around 7% per annum. In 2012, following on a lot of work over the previous decade or so with infrastructure upgrades, we increased from 70 million boardings per annum in 2012 to 103 million boardings in 2019, just before COVID hit. That was on the back of, and it was recognised globally that that was one of the highest rates of public transport growth in the world at the time, albeit from a very low base. And that was on the back of improvements to services, investment in services, and obviously investment in infrastructure as well. The graph on the right shows the fluctuations over the last 2 years as a result of COVID. So, for example, the real low points in that chart are the second and the fourth lockdowns in Auckland, where public transport dropped to less than 5%. I think we're operating around 1 or 2% of pre-COVID levels, which annualised is around 1 or 2 million boardings per annum. Currently, patronage, as I've said, has increased, and we're currently at around 70 million boardings per annum. We need to acknowledge, looking forward though, that as a result of COVID, there has been a change of travel behaviour across Auckland and across the world. There is now a recognised increase in working from home and increased localised trips. And at the moment, we're building into our forecasts a permanent reduction, taking the pre-COVID customer base of around 15 to 20% reduction in demand on public transport network. And therefore, to obviously increase patronage moving forward, we need to attract new users to the system. That provides our patronage profiles forecasts for this financial year. So the starting point for this financial year, last year we carried 42 million boardings. That was obviously around 42% of pre-COVID levels as a result of a lockdown towards the end of last year. The green line is our current SOI target profile of 59 million boardings for the year. The red is our current tracking. So we're currently tracking at a forecast of 65 million. So we're above SOI performance at this point in time. Within AT, we have an internal stretch target, which is the blue line, which would equate to an annualised 85 million passenger boardings. And the purpose of that internal stretch target goes without saying. At the end of this financial year, we want to be where that blue line is, as opposed to the SOI or the actual, because that will give us the best chance of hitting next year's targets as they currently stand as we exit this financial year. So that was looking back and giving the trends around public transport for the last 10 to 1 year. Some of the councillors would have seen this slide probably from last year sometime. I'd like to put into context as we jump into some of our key challenges over the next few minutes, put into context what we're trying to achieve with public transport and why it's important that obviously we take not just a short-term view, but also an intermediate and longer-term view as well. So if we look on the left-hand side, we've obviously got a number of challenges, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail. So we've got the frontline shortfall of staff. We've got, as a result of that, we've got a number of temporary suspended services and cancellations. On top of that, we've got the rail network rebuild, which we've already talked about quite extensively, the committee has this morning. Both of those, along with inflationary pressures, are increasing the funding gap that we're facing for public transport. In addition to that, as I've just touched on, we have seen a change in travel behaviour and travel demand as a result of COVID, both an underlying reduction, but also a change in where people actually want to go. What we believe we need to avoid is a downward customer spiral. So if we reduce services, that will lower customer amenity, it will lower customer service, it will lower patronage, and it will lower fares even more. And we will result in a greater funding gap and will be faced with probably even more service cuts. So certainly our focus at the moment has been how can we avoid any further public transport service cuts, noting that we've already temporarily suspended some bus services. On the right-hand side of the balance, obviously, is where do we want to go in the longer term with public transport and what are our aspirations. We actually need to be improving public transport. We need to be improving patronage, and that will provide transport options around the region, which we know there is inequity issues. It will actually have a positive impact on congestion, and we will be able to reduce transport emissions. So there's this fine balance between short-term fiscal, in particular, constraints and the longer-term growth that we want to see. I'll now hand over just to Derek, who will, and Christian, who will go through 4 of the key challenges that we're facing, where we're at and what we're doing about it.
Thank you, Mark.
So as you can see, one of the biggest challenges is the shortfall across our workforce, affecting mainly bus services and ferry crew. Across the entire network, we are about 560 crew short. On top of it, we have additional absentees and still some of the COVID cases impacted availability to run services on the day. We have spent a reasonable amount of effort and time to increase pays for bus drivers to reduce the current shortfall of 518 by implementing pay increases in July and in September to achieve average pay of about $27 to $28 an hour. And we are working with Waka Kotahi to increase the wage rates even further based on the recently announced SURF funding to support that, and working with the industry as they prepare for their fair pay agreements. We've adjusted timetables to minimize split shifts to make the roles more attractive, and we continue to challenge immigration settings right across the sector, both across bus drivers and maritime crew. We held Public Transport Career Day here at Komiti Square, which was very successful. Number of operators were present. We attracted interest from about 200 potential candidates, and operators themselves are aggressively recruiting in New Zealand and overseas. We have lowered the impact of cancellations by removing some trips that were unable to be operated from 6th of November, and we continue to work across Auckland as well as nationally to improve the bus driver terms and conditions. So the situation creates quite a bit of impact on punctuality, and you can see here on the slide the relationship between the size of the operator in terms of the services they operate, the reliability that is affected by the shortage of bus drivers. There are a couple of standouts which allows us to, for example, plan more confidently for some of the additional rail replacement services, with both Go Bus and Hawaiian Eastern performing reasonably well, and their recruitment and additional resources available within the business allows them to cover the remaining gaps through overtime and other support staff. On the right-hand side, it's a good kind of snapshot of where the shortages are across different operators. And as you can see, some of them suffer up to 41% of driver shortage, with some are able to supplement the requirements from other parts of their business. Others are more dependent on the urban drivers they employ. So this in terms of performance. Punctuality across trains has been impacted by Kia Rail temporary speed restrictions, and in October we had the Western Line subsidence issue that impacted reliability on the Western Line. Across ferries, punctuality for those services that are running is in around 92% for October. And reliability has been affected by ferry crew shortage. So if we take into account, excluding any alternative transport, the reliability of ferry services was about 89%. In most cases, operators do provide alternative transport options. However, this doesn't provide the same level of service or customer experience. And while the trip may be counted, it actually doesn't provide the same level of service. So in terms of cancellations, we have, you can see here that across bus services, since we've made some changes to the timetables, the level of cancellations is started to drop off a little bit as some services were able to be reinstated. Across the train, reliability was, the cancellations were quite high, mainly due to the speed restrictions and the Western Line subsidence issue in October, and in November, majority of the issues were due to the speed restrictions, mainly on Southern Line. Ferries continue to suffer from high level of cancellations, And at the moment, we are pushing for some additional support from the central government to allow more maritime crew to provide additional exemptions or exceptions under the current settings to allow more overseas workers to bridge the gap currently, but also operators are working to mitigate some of the impacts on some days when cruise ships arrive in the harbour. In terms of funding gap, Mark has briefly mentioned about our performance against SOIs. So this is kind of a run rate and just a graph that demonstrates that for the FY24, we're targeting sort of 78 million passenger boardings. For a budgeting perspective, budgeting purposes, that is still being reviewed. And this graph probably best represents the changes in the revenue and the funding available between 2018-19, before COVID, when a third of the fare box plus other revenue sources, a third of Waka Kotahi subsidy and the rest, and the other third from council made up majority of our funding or revenue sources. During the 2021-2022, the revenue breakdown shows that the overall revenue have increased from almost 900 million to 955. But the patronage reduction and the fee reduction obviously increases pressure on the council and Waka Kotahi funding. So if you look at the green and blue parts of the chart in the middle, you can see how that funding requirements have increased. And with the budget preparation for 2022-2023, the cost spike as a result of double-digit contract inflation due to the inflationary pressures, but also increase in contract costs due to the additional wage for bus drivers, looks to require about $1.16 billion. I'll hand over to Christian to just recap some of the R&R response.
Thank you, Derek. So I will not come back to the reasons why KiwiRail are undertaking those works. I will focus on the planning in the next years and our response. So KiwiRail have planned the closure of sections of the network over the next 3 years. The first stage, as Dave Gordon mentioned, will be from January to March. That's the section from Newmarket to Otahu, including the Onehunga line. Stage 2 is the Eastern line, the section from the Strand to Otahu. The third stage will be Britomart in December 2023 and January 2024, coinciding with the end-of-year shutdown. The fourth stage from March to December 2024, that's the Southern Line section from Otahu to Papakola. And the last will be from Newmarket to Henderson. Later stage will be early 2025, that's Manukau branch, Henderson to Swanson, and Newmarket to the Strand. So as Dave Gordon has mentioned, they will use the first stage to assess the productivity gain that they can achieve by having a big section of the network open for works. And that will inform the planning for the next stage. So we are hoping that we can be, I would say, closing shorter period of times the next section of the network. It's the first time that KiwiRail actually have that amount of kilometers available for work in one go. So what is our response? We have already planned for stage 1 the bus replacement services. From starting at stage 2, we will also introduce express services from the closest stations down to Britomart. knowing that we need to also have full stops because people are not only moving from one station to Britomart but also stop on the way. We have provisions additional ambassadors to support guide and customers in stations. There is also the provision for temporary bus priority and cycleway infrastructure to support active modes. We are starting an in-depth media campaign, and not only in Auckland but also nationwide, to recognize people visiting Auckland. The good news is that for the FIFA World Cup, we have managed to force Kirail to reopen the network, and so the services will run as usual. There is something I wanted to also highlight, is that we have learned more about bus repairment services with the closure of the Pupukoe to Pakokora section. That's closed for the electrification, and we have worked closely with our customers and also with the local board to design the bus replacement services, and we managed to transport 80% of the passengers who previously were on the train. So we also are implementing these lessons learned from that first big closure. And I will hand over to Pete, who's designing our transport services.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Pete Moff. I'm Service Network Development Manager for Public Transport at AT. I'm just going to give you a bit of an overview of some of the trends that Mark touched on earlier and our response to some of those. So as Mark's already alluded to, we've seen substantial reductions since the March 2020 lockdown. Up until that point, we were seeing 5 to 7% growth per annum, and we peaked at 103 million passenger trips per year. We saw, if you look at that in the second graph, we saw an initial fall to around 5% of trips, and then we've recovered quite strongly through to the August 21 lockdown. And at that point, we were actually tracking around in the top 5 of cities globally. We were at 70-75% of pre-COVID levels. So that was a great achievement. Since the second lockdown in August, the recovery has been slightly slower, but we are still seeing a very consistent fit in terms of where Auckland is compared to other cities internationally. I guess one point to make that isn't necessarily on this slide is that the recovery has been quite different depending on the mode. So bus recovery, for example, has been around 65%. Ferry recovery has been 82%, quite substantially higher, and train recovery in the high 50%. So it is quite different depending on the mode, and there's various reasons for that I won't go into. So if we go on to the next slide. Thank you. So there's trends that have emerged, I guess, over time. There's also trends that have emerged in terms of how people travel across the day. And if we just go back to that working from home point again, before COVID, roughly 1 in 20 people were working from home on a regular basis. During the lockdown, that extended quite substantially to nearly half, around 9 in 20 people working at home. And then post-COVID, we've seen a permanent change. There are now 3 times more people working from home than there were before COVID. So 3 in 20 roughly compared to 1 in 20 before. So that has fundamental consequences. It means that people are travelling differently. It means that people are perhaps making more local travel. So rather than being so city centre centric, we're seeing slightly more localised travel around the region. We're certainly seeing a lot less peak demand, and we've devised a way forward that can help to address some of those opportunities. And if you look at the graph at the bottom left, that shows the travel patterns across the day before COVID in blue and after COVID in orange. So along the bottom there, you've got time of day. Along the y-axis, we've got the number of people travelling. There's a lot less people travelling at peak times, the orange line compared to the blue line, whereas at off-peak and evenings, it's quite similar to pre-COVID. So it presents an opportunity. And we've put something together that we're calling Network Recast, and it really looks at addressing how we might meet that new demand, that orange line, as opposed to the blue line. And the key headline is that we need to take some peak capacity away. So we're looking to take capacity away from very frequent services that might be running every 2 to 3 minutes to perhaps run them every 5 minutes. That type of change also has the double benefit of reducing pressure on drivers that Derek's already spoken about, and it allows us to reinvest some of our resources into the off-peak and the evenings and the weekends, the sorts of service improvements we need to make if we're to finalise our all-day connected network. So in terms of the benefits of that, it better meets the travel demand that we're seeing and the behaviour that we're seeing post-COVID. It accelerates our ability to produce a more equitable 24/7 network, giving additional services at off-peak. And an example of that is that we're moving a few trips from going from hourly to half-hourly across the day on some parts of the network as a result of these savings. It gives us some cost savings, and we also are able to remove some of the older bus fleet more quickly than we would otherwise be able to. It allows us to meet our emissions targets more consistently, and it is better aligned to the TERP, and we expect the first changes of Network Recast to be going live in around February of next year, so less than 3 months. And I will now hand over to Derek.
Thank you, Pete. I'll take you through some of the initiatives and things that are happening in the next 4 months. So Rail Network Rebuild campaign is very important to inform our customers what is happening and how we're going to respond. So the key objective of this campaign is really to ensure our customers are well informed about the Rail Network Rebuild program, with particular emphasis on a build happening in stages, because this is quite important to reassure customers that, for example, during the first stage of the closure, 85% of train services will still operate as normal. The campaign is also to maintain rail patronage and ensure customers are well supported through the disruptive periods, and the team will be using full range of media channels, as well as follow our initial kind of informed campaign that you see here as an example on the slide. Broader campaign on the future vision of the transport network will be rolled out as well to explain to our customers what the future looks like after we go through the period of disruptions and rail network rebuild. So some of the other campaigns also focusing on how we're going to support the ongoing Auckland event season, which is kind of ramping up, with ongoing support for the continuing event goers, actively promoting public transport whenever possible, and advising ticket holders of their transport options so they know how they could get to the event. And a good example is the amount of work we put into a Billy Joel concert on the 3rd of December coming up while we have a block of line and the rail closure. We also have a campaign called Summer, Let's Go There, which provide a bit of a contextual marketing campaign with multimodal focus. It builds on some of our current campaigns in the market, where we have seen more sort of broadening of the PTUs from the existing customers. And also learning into the more optimistic nature of the summer season and the great activities that people can enjoy in and around Auckland. So all you see here is just some of the draft collateral that will be part of the campaign. We also increasing number of mall activations following a successful trial. We have brand stands in 8 key mall locations across Auckland. Initially the 13-week program will launch in February. We also have a number of weekend activations that are encouraging Aucklanders to trial public transport with incentive payment for those who travel 10 times in the month after signing up to the challenge. We've created trained sales teams with a focus on journey planning and hop cards, just to help our customers to use the tools we have, and also encourage new customers or even occasional travelers. We also will be launching of a new marketing campaign called Mix Your Go. It's a new creative platform which is being developed, also planned to be launched in February. And the creative concept designed to be in the market for 2 to 3 years. It will focus on highlighting Aucklanders' genuine travel choices across bus, train, ferry, cycling, scootering or walking. And we will be targeting Aucklanders who are well served by public transport and cycling networks where AT can deliver the promise of easy journeys. And we're also going to make further deployments of electric buses to reduce our carbon emissions, which will be supported by new Mission Electric marketing platform. So you can see on the left on some of the examples of what this looks like in terms of on-bus advertising, bus shelter, and some additional marketing at some key locations which will benefit from electric buses. So from December, we'll be rolling out additional 6 electric buses on Route 866 from Albany to Newmarket via Ponsonby, and 40 electric buses will come into service from late June 2023 for routes 22-24 from Newland. We also have this fully integrated marketing campaign will ensure that Aucklanders know their buses are going electric, and this is part of our wider plan for AT. This will include above-the-line media, proactive public relations, website landing page, updated and showing progress, and also internal comms to AT teams. This campaign supports our Whirinaki strategic pillar around trust, confidence and mana, and Michigan Electric is designed to increase the positive perception of Auckland transport and build excitement and anticipation of the future. And the images on the left relate to the Eastern Bay's launch, but each new bus arrival will be tailored to the location where they will be serving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for the presentation there. Pretty informative, and I think there'll be a few questions from councillors going to the content, and in that respect, first person, Councillor Williamson.
Thanks for that, and we're, I guess, restricting ourselves mainly to just the public transport part of your operation. So I'd like to know if it's possible councillors could be given access to some reasonably granular data regarding your bus services. There is a public sort of almost hilarity raised with me about the number of double-deckers passing them in a day that don't have anybody at all in them. And I've actually stood on the Pakuranga Highway and seen up to 7 go by and counted, 4 people in the whole 7 buses. So could we get access and somehow to something like by route, by day of week, by time of day, and I don't want to use the old airline vernacular of ASKs and RPKs, available seat kilometres and revenue passenger kilometres, but something like that, or passenger numbers and seating numbers, because it would be way better if this debate was sort of founded on some good quality information rather than just I reckons. It'd be really helpful, and I don't care how granular we can get that, we could always bring it up to whatever level we need after.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. We can provide that, and we'll work through the chair as to how we do that. Effectively, we've got obviously all the AT hop data, so we can go into any level of granularity that we want to look at.
That's better for me.
Yeah, so absolutely. So we'll work through that, and what's the best way to actually get that information across to the committee and individual councillors. Yeah.
Hey, that's good. Councillor Williamson will be glad to hear that. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I've got some questions around buses, and I've also got some questions around the presentations we had earlier on the Inner West projects. I'll go with the bus ones first because we've talking about buses already. I was really disappointed to see such a high level of cancellation and low reliability level from NZ Bus in particular. 20% cancellations, and that's certainly what I'm hearing from constituents. We have a lot of local services in my ward that are covered by NZ Bus, and I've experienced that personally myself, particularly on the 25 routes. What work is AT doing with NZ Bus, indeed with the other companies, to get to the bottom of that and solve that? And in particular, are there bus companies who are not allowing or not asking their drivers to do overtime? And then I've got two more on buses.
Okay, Councillor Derek Cooper here. I will answer your question. So NZ Bus, their reliability is for October was about 79%. Our target is 98%. Their level of cancellation is obviously varies on different services. We have worked with them on some principles. We have higher frequency services like the 25 often have more cancellations because we still want to retain a reasonable level of frequency. So we're targeting the, we don't want to reduce or cancel services where the impact would result in very big breaks or long breaks between services. So we prefer if they look at high frequency services first. But NZ Bus and Riches are probably currently in most difficult situations with staffing. Both have recruited some drivers overseas. NZ Bus received their first 17 drivers last week who arrived from overseas. They're undergoing training to help fill the current gap. And the challenge for both NZ Bus and Riches and others is not that they are preventing, as far as we know, overtime. They actually have a challenge where people work just too much at the moment, which in some cases creates, people working basically maximum allowed hours under the transport regulations, which is up to 70 hours a week before they have to have their 2 days off. So as far as I know, everyone is working really hard, and I'm not aware that people are prevented from doing more.
Okay, I have heard from an NZ Bus driver that they are being at least discouraged from doing overtime, so that might be something to follow up with NZ Bus. You mentioned the Billy Joel concert, and I have a question in through our liaison, but I'll ask it here, seeing as you're in front of us and you've mentioned it. There's been a suggestion from Member Turner on the Puketapapa local board that you look to activate some of the bus lanes during that time, seeing as there won't be any, the rail will be reduced. Is that actually possible? Is it possible to activate bus lanes outside of the times that, say 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And on the weekends? Is that actually legally possible? And is it something that we could, if not get in line for this weekend, it might be something that's worth looking at for future ones? Thanks.
Derek here, I'll take this question, Councillor. So we are working on extending the operation of bus priority lines for the stage 1 of R&R closure. We haven't got such plans or things in place for the Billy Joel concert. There are some road closures and temporary traffic management around Eden Park to allow safe operation of buses. We have sourced over 110 buses in addition to the current normal scheduled buses to take customers and event goers to the stadium. We also, so that it required additional temporary traffic management arrangements around Eden Park. We have made arrangements to provide additional parking at several locations, and that information is available on our website, but also those customers or those event goers that purchase tickets received a full pack of how to get to Eden Park with the through Ticketek.
Yeah.
And we also provide shuttles from those various locations where additional parking has been provided to encourage park and ride, where shuttle buses will take event goers closer to the Eden Park. The biggest one probably is Alexandra Park. We will have a large number of car parks available, and shuttle buses will be taking customers to Eden Park. We've provided additional frequency on Route 64 because it takes people from the Newmarket area where they can transfer from other scheduled buses to Eden Park. And we also have additional supplementary services on Northern Busway to assist people from North Shore to get to the event.
So can I ask how the bus drivers were found for this?
The majority of the services are from some of the existing bus companies, drivers have a rostered day off. It's the weekend, so they don't actually, so they work overtime. And majority are sourced from other bus companies who are typically not contracted to provide public transport services. So there will be other variety of different brands and buses available for the event.
Sure. I've got questions now about the Inner West project. Who would be the right person to direct that to?
I can either answer that now or take it offline, Chair.
I think we'll take it offline if you don't mind, Councillor Fury. So,
I'm just aware we did have a public presentation on it, so seems a shame to not be able to continue the conversation in public.
Well, okay, we'll maybe come back to that. We've got quite a list of questioners here, and we were hoping to break at 1:30, which is just over 15 minutes away. So if we have time, we'll come back to that one. Otherwise, we've got Councillor Henderson, Darby, Foley, Dalton, Simpson, Leone, and Councillor Newman. So perhaps, members, we could try and sharpen up our questions, notwithstanding the fact that there are councillors here who haven't asked any questions yet. So
we'll get us started, Chair, because Councillor Ferry's asked one of my questions.
Okay,
so that's fine.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Well, look, the public transport labour shortage is the big crisis in front of us right now. There's nothing that compares, to be honest. And so, look, can we just have a look at that a bit more closely, please? I raised this, Mark, you'll be familiar, I raised this at an AT board meeting way back in May, and I asked the question, did the Auckland Transport Board identify this challenge as a significant risk to its business? And it wasn't on the board papers as that. I think the reply from you at the time was, yes, you recognised it, but it didn't seem to be given the big highlight as a big business risk. So to my question to you at this stage, does Auckland Transport identify the labour shortfall as a big business risk right now?
The short answer is yes. And we did identify it as a risk, and not as a corporate risk, which is ultimately what gets summarised at the AT board meetings, but it was identified as an operational risk, particularly as part of our operational service delivery key risk. And that's why we're engaging with the Minister of Transport and of Immigration to look at, as you're aware, we've written many times to try and provide a bit of relief there. And for the last 18 months, we've been working with local bus operators to improve terms and conditions, with a view to pressure would come on when we came out of COVID lockdowns. And we've certainly seen an improvement there. Building into the budget this year, which obviously was approved and developed prior to last Christmas, was pay increases for bus drivers. So yes, it's been an active focus for the last few years. Now, obviously, we're still not where we need to be.
So just following on that, Chair, look, I know you're doing the work, Mark, and the whole of the AT team, but it's still staring at us, and those numbers are not going away. That's sort of, the 500 plus number, and then on the ferry crew side, it ranges between 45, it might get as low as 39, then it's back up to 41. So there's a problem with retaining, and then there's also a problem with attracting. And one of the points that I made at that time was, does Auckland Transport go right into those operators' businesses and say, show us your staff retention program, show us your attraction program, what are the other incentives beyond wages? Can you just describe that, what that looks like, and whether you do that, and have you been doing that to that level? And also, I just want some clarification on the wages. On the slide, it says 27 to 28 as of July. There was Mayor Goff's press release as of September this year, which talked about an average of 26.62. There's talk about drivers all getting 28 at the moment, and the drivers are saying, no, that's not what I get, but thanks for inquiring, because I do ask them. And the driver I talked to this morning, just by chance, ahead of this meeting, he said there is nothing from his company about a wage increase. I'm on $26.50 an hour. And he's driving in the Auckland central area. Are we confident that the companies themselves are actually passing on the cash benefits to our drivers to the degree that we're talking about publicly? They're my questions. Thanks, Chair.
I'll let Derek take some of the detail around your questions, Councillor. I'll go back to 18 to 24 months ago. It was AT who actually instigated an interest-based problem-solving mechanism across all bus operators in Auckland to look at both terms and conditions, and that's where the wage issue didn't come to light, but was focused on. That resulted in funding. So we've been coordinating the bus industry in Auckland. That was reasonably successful, and now the Ministry of Transport and Waka Kotahi have taken that work and developed it into a national solution, which we're actually around the table at. So from an overall point of view, absolutely. Each individual operator, Derek's team is managing those contracts. We have obviously contract managers allocated to each organisation. We ensure we audit to make sure that the funding increases are being passed on to drivers. With regards to the specific $27 versus 26 versus 28, they are average across all drivers across all Auckland, so there will be differences between individual operators. Some pay more, Waiheke Bus I think is the highest, and some pay less. So that might be some of the lack of alignment you're hearing from certain individuals. But in terms of actually managing and working with individual operators from literally a recruitment policy, a retention policy, an overseas recruitment policy, yes, we do. And Derek, you might want to give a few examples.
Yeah, absolutely. So the wages are different by each employer, and not every driver is straight away on the top rate, because they have when they start, they go through various stages of training and experience. And those that are typically on collective agreements, they have additional penal rates, additional allowances that top up their wages. So their base rate may be slightly lower than someone who may be on individual employment agreement with a flat rate. This is a changing landscape, because the operators, in order to meet the requirements to be able to recruit overseas, they have to meet the medium wage, New Zealand medium wage, to pay for those drivers. So, for example, NZ Bus, Go Bus was the first one that short time after we made the latest pay increase, they increased wages to $28 an hour in order to comfortably meet the medium wage and then invest in overseas recruitment. They signed up 50 drivers from Fiji to supplement their current requirements, and they very actively recruit locally in social media and engagements, sessions in malls and food markets. We know this because we created a special team that looks after restoring reliability, and they work together. The PT job fair that some of you have read or may have seen, it was part of a collaboration where our team was working with the operators, preparing for this campaign and working how they can either tap this into their internal, their own marketing and recruitment, or how they could contribute to our PT day. So across the bus drivers, as Mark mentioned, we've been working quite closely, and the objective for the minister and for the steering group for driver conditions is to achieve what will be referred to as a fair pay agreement, which will provide more of a consistent same wages. But this will take some time, and it's a lot of steps to go through. At the moment, we still have different level of pays for different drivers, and we're trying to bridge that gap. We also ensure that the indexation components of the labour adjustments is also passed on to the drivers by us making those adjustments through contract payments. So we have a full visibility of that. There is a bit of a lag between announcement and implementation because it takes a little bit of time. With ferries, Councillor, we have a greater visibility now since the change to the contract. We haven't been aware of the shortage to the level that we now have visibility through more detailed contract management with Fullers.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Darby. Good questions. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Many of my questions have been asked, so I'm just going to ask about the media campaign. And I'm mindful when I'm looking at slide 13, the proposed closures affect my area, Manukau, quite a bit because of the Otahu and the Manukau stations. And it looks like it'll actually affect that area for almost the entire time. So I'm just wondering, in terms of your media campaign to get those comms out to our communities that are very diverse, that are multi-ethnic, high numbers of Pasifika and Indian Asian communities, what's being done to get those messages out to those communities? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, all our campaigns, obviously depending on the part of the region, are multilingual, so they get translated into obviously the local languages, and we work very closely with the local boards as well to push those out. But I'm happy to provide more information offline around the campaigns.
Yeah, thank you. And using the radio stations in those
Yes.
languages, our Pacific and ethnic communities rely a lot on radio stations for information, and we saw that during COVID and how valuable that was. And I'm happy to provide connections to the ones in our local board areas. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Foley, and I'm sure AT will take you up on that offer. So we've just got now Councillors Dalton, Leone, Newman, Mayor Brown, and Councillor Hills. No pressure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you all for your presentation. I've got 3 questions, and they're relating to the quarter one. The first question regarding the quarter one is the increase in the DSI. I just wanted to know if you had the analysis of if that was due to speed or driver distraction or quality of the road, and did they happen, were they outside the car accidents in terms of hitting a pedestrian or a cyclist or a pole?
We certainly have the data around whether it was a vulnerable road user, inside, outside car, etc. And I can share that obviously. Certainly in November, I mentioned November was the worst month for DSI over the last couple of years, and I think there was 9 deaths or fatalities on the road network, and off the top of my head, please don't quote me, I think there was 7 which were outside of car. So obviously vulnerable road users outside of car are,
Because you've spoken in your report, or in your verbal report, about the impact, the positive impact of speed calming, or lowering the speed limits, and I just wanted to get the correlation with that and the fatalities that we've had, and what those, fatalities and or serious injuries as well.
Yeah, where we've got the data, and we don't always have the data, particularly for some traffic incidents, because the police will go through a statutory process to do investigation, etc., and we are part of that process, but there's timelines around release of that information for obvious reasons. But ultimately, we do feed all of that information and data into our analysis as where we need to do safety interventions, including potential speed restrictions. And as you said, and as I said earlier, we have seen a very positive improvement where we have had some speed reductions.
Thank you. In your report, you talked about the funding of the TURP requires more money. We've had a Merrill release today saying that we'll be looking for 25 million from Auckland Transport, and the Expenditure and Control Committee will be looking for an additional 7.5. Do you need to wait until you get the statement of expectation from us before you can prioritise how you will continue to fund the TURP being implemented, and what gets cut, what gets reprioritised? Because it's there, it's supporting our climate action plan on the climate change emergency we declared, so we have a responsibility and accountability. It's something we have to do. Are you waiting for direction from us in that letter of expectation?
Definitely. So absolutely, we're waiting for the letter of expectation. That will feed obviously in, and it has already to an extent fed into our budget considerations for next year. That's we are part of that process obviously. With regards to the TURP itself, that is a more fundamental question. I think everybody around the table knows that TURP isn't fully funded, if at all, and that will need to be part of longer term budget considerations, not just in the immediate term as well.
My third question is, in the presentation that we had earlier from the CRRL, there was a bit where they were talking about they're working with Auckland Transport just to, and I think it was, I'm going to get it wrong, but it was just the alignment of services. So my question was around, do you know how much of your operational budget is going to support that, the CRRL? And the transfer of responsibilities?
Absolutely, we know how much money we are spending on supporting CRL, but that is fully funded through a number of mechanisms outside of our core OPEX budget. So, for example, CRL and Council pays us directly for those support services, and it's under a separate agreement with us.
So would know how much of the money that's coming from Council to you is taken up. That would be really helpful information too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Dalton. Councillor Leone?
Kia ora. Just got a very quick question. Whether you're going to look at lobbying to continue the subsidised fares to government?
We aren't actively looking to extend the 50% fares beyond January at this point. We are in constant conversation with Waka Kotahi around the Minister's intentions. But of course, Waka Kotahi have got their own funding constraints as well. So the conversation is happening. Are we actively asking them to extend? No, but we could do if that's the Council's wish.
Thank you, Councillor Leone, for that succinct question and the nature of that question. Continuing the succinct line, Councillor Newman.
A preamble from you, Chair. Hello, Mark. I've got a question regarding the quarterly reports as well, with respect to road maintenance. So you haven't you're not yet reporting on road maintenance because you don't report that until the end of the financial year. I presume that's simply a timing issue because your contractors might have a program of works, but they haven't reported to you their progress on that?
Sorry, progress in terms of the amount of output that we're...
Yeah, you're saying this is on page 23, these measures are reported at the end of the financial year, saying not yet reported this financial year. This is road maintenance against your SOI targets for rural is 88% and urban 78%.
Can I take that away? Because we actually do have, by month, the number of kilometres we're renewing and upgrading.
I thought that it was extraordinary that it's not there.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, if you could report that back to me. My next question, my final question also is on the TIP. So your quarterly report talks about the National Emissions Reduction Plan, the ERP, which has different targets to the TERP, and it refers to there has been no indication of what will be provided from central government to enable the reduction. Our discussions are ongoing. Can you talk us through those discussions?
The Ministry of Transport has been engaging with all councils around targets for the emissions reduction programme, so that's the first point of engagement with Wellington on that, around what the forward targets may look like and how they might get written into the GPS for transport. In addition, we are having ongoing conversations with Waka Kotahi around additional funding streams, which the Ministry is linking back to ERP. So, for example, the Climate Emergency Response Fund, we have been successful in the last in the last week, where we've had 6 new projects been nominated, not confirmed yet, nominated for funding out of that scheme. So there's a number of conversations going on with central government.
Would you anticipate that the any funding that you would get would probably be linked to achieving the targets that have been set down in the ERP?
Correct, but by definition they would help with the TERP, obviously, as well.
They would, but if there's a variance in the targets between the ERP and the TERP, you would expect that the funding would be linked to achieving the ERP target, even that if there's a more conservative number than the TERP target.
Correct, and that's 100% central government funding.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Newman. And Mayor Brown.
Bingo. We're talking here about your quarterly report. I went through took the trouble of ploughing through all that small writing, and it's a horror story, really. It's just too much stuff there, and so I'm hoping that even before you get your letter of intent that we can actually reduce it and make it more less things that don't matter and more things that really do. In amongst there, there's a few little, you have to hunt for them, there's little gems amongst the flock. Mill Road, can we talk about having a simpler way of that instead of turning it a motorway, just fixing the 3 intersections? The parking strategy, God knows where that is, but as far as I'm concerned, we should be charging more. I don't understand why it costs me 4 times as much to park at Peter Cooper's than it does to park at the councils. Dynamic lanes is one of the things you're going to have to, which will show up, so start thinking about that. And the main strategic focus in the future will be to produce a comprehensive joined-up Auckland Transport Master Plan, which will involve you working closely with the Ministry of Transport and all the other crowded house that have their say. So start thinking about that. I've got the Minister's attention. He thinks it's quite a good idea. It's only about 30 years late, but it's given the changes from COVID, I think it's a very good time to do it. Some work was done in 2012 as a starting point, but things have changed a lot since then. That's kind of the bit I had to say. Just smarter, better, cheaper, faster. Thanks very much.
I don't know, if you wish to respond, I think the Mayor's made his points pretty clear.
Nodding was very good.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the biggest thing we can jointly focus on is a single plan for transport for Auckland. It's long overdue and we need it. We've got many strategies, many plans, and we need a single one, which preferably everybody is aligned to, but they may not, and that's where we need to progress.
Right, thank you very much. And just standing between everyone and lunch now are the questions of Councillor Hills and Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions. We'll try and keep them succinct. Mark, I have emails from 2 weeks before the horrible August lockdown saying, what is the plan for ferry cancellations and bus driver issues? So over a year ago, and to you and Shane and others, and there was a lot of, we're working on it, but it's improving. And yes, then we had a big lockdown, so of course you weren't planning for that. But I guess all of us are exhausted dealing with these issues, and I'm sure you are all too, but can you give us 100% confidence that you see it improving sometime soon? Because the figures we have today are worse than they were a couple of weeks ago. So I'm just concerned that we're constantly putting up messages that we're on top of it, but it feels impossible.
Thank you, Councillor. We have been working on it for a number of years, as I've already responded to. But if there isn't the labour pool there, we cannot employ more drivers without, in the short term at least, going overseas, and in parallel increasing terms and conditions and wages, which requires funding. So we've done that twice using Council Waka Kotahi funding over the last 3 to 4 months. And I'm not sure whether we've paid the SURF contributions yet, but there's another pay increase coming in the next few weeks through the SURF central government funding. So I share your frustration, but if we cannot go overseas, if we can't recruit and there's not a labour pool, the only way you change that is to increase wages, which will have a cascading effect across the rest of the transport economy. And we've seen that, and we've had complaints from some of the trucking firms, for example, that we're artificially increasing wages as a result of the last 3 rounds. So it's not an easy fix. Sorry.
Thank you. Yesterday, they're talking about safety in Vision Zero. Yesterday, the decision on Levi James, his death, a cyclist, the judge said that he noted the stretch of road seemed to be particularly dangerous, and the strongest theme from a previous public consultation was requests to improve cycle safety. And of course, we didn't do that, and now what feels like from the presentations this morning, we are delaying more projects that include cycle safety. How can we as governors, and I guess the AT board as governors, allow this to happen if we keep getting warned that there could be deaths and serious injuries, and then then we ignore the feedback, and then there are deaths and serious injuries.
The assurance I'll give is that safety and death and serious injuries is the AT Board's top priority. Of course, interventions come with funding and with reallocation of road space, for example, and the projects you've mentioned, and I will provide an offline update for councillors who are interested where we're at on reassessing those, making sure they're good value for money, and that we are actually considering all users and going back through the new local boards to get decisions on those projects.
Okay, and last question on the TURP. Yes, I understand it's not fully funded, but I guess projects like the three mentioned this morning that have had a long road of consultation and funding, and also Great North Road, New North Road and others, they all contribute significantly to reducing emissions. So those are already funded, but we're potentially delaying them, costing them more, or removing the potential improvements around public transport, walking and cycling, which also reduces congestion. It is the only way to reduce congestion, so it makes it better for car drivers too. Can you, I guess, take the feedback or agree or give me a comment that the continual kind of the TURP is unfunded is an opinion when some of the projects that would help the TURP are actually now sitting sort of half-started or paused?
Well, there's a number of points in there. The full TURP is not funded. That would require a 5 to 6 times increase in public transport, obviously, over 10 years. So we do need to work through that. And what is an implementation plan for that? And how do we weave those ambitions into all of our plans moving forward? With regards to the few let's not call them cycling projects because they're not just cycling projects that we've mentioned. As I've said, we are taking a stock take of those projects. We are debundling those projects into safety expenditure, cycling specific expenditure, road renewals, maintenance, etc., making sure we're getting the biggest bang for the buck for each one of those in turn. And if that requires a potential rescope, that might be a recommendation that goes through our board, but then that will go through the relevant councillors and the local boards as well. And we're trying to do that as quickly as we can so that a final decision can be taken.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Our final question, Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. A very brief one. It's just at the start of the presentation, Mark, you introduced about the electric ferries, coming online. I just had a specific question. I don't know if you can answer it right now or not, around the technology and perhaps I'm thinking about hydrogen in the future. Can those ferries be swapped out with those new technologies, or are they built specific for that type of transmission?
Thank you, Councillor. Says yes, the technology is interchangeable and can be swapped in the future when new technology becomes more viable and available.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sayers. Thank you, gentlemen. I don't think there's any need for any debate or any further comment. I'm really hoping. No? Okay, thank you, members. So Councillor Walker will move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Foley. All those in favour say aye. Against, no. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a couple of procedural items really before we break for lunch that we should just fly through. Thanks everyone. The next item is item 10, is the downtown car park update, which we're going to hear in confidential, of course, but part of the process of that is that we move this item here at item 10, that information contained in this report on the downtown car park enables transparency on the topic due to the very reason we're going into public excluded, and the reason for that is that the report contains commercially. Okay, moved Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Against? No, thank you. And final procedural item, which we'll do just now before lunch, is that motion to exclude the public. So could someone please move Councillor Fletcher to exclude the public, and also agree that a number of personnel identified there, Scott Pritchard, Nicola MacArthur, Blair Johnson and Narimu Blair, will be included in that as part of their involvement in that item. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And now we can break for perhaps 20 minutes? Half an hour, Maya says, so half an hour it is.
20 minutes. Lunch is in the councillors' lounge.
And lunch is in the councillors' lounge.
On this level.
On this level, and so we will be back at
Just after
2 o'clock. Make it 2
we'll just just after